Chapter 675. G. Amidst the dazzling runes, a huge white goose flapped its wings and flew over. In an instant, it pierced through space and hovered in the air above Du Xiaofu. The aura of the huge white goose was very strong and terrifying. Its sharp eyes were like two red suns, bright and threatening. It's the white cloud demonic goose, a demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking. Its ranking is not too high but not too low either. Luckily, it's not its original body and is only a remnant soul. It should be the remnant soul of a white cloud demonic goose that the elite from the Golden Rock clan had subdued. It was used to defend the primordial spirit seal. Zhen Qingquan's voice traveled into Du Xiaofu's ears from the small tower and told Du Xiaofu the identity of the huge goose in front of him. The huge white cloud demonic goose hovered in the air and covered the sky. It flapped its wings and looked down at the mountains. The gigantic white cloud demon goose phantom let out a sharp cry. It flapped its wings and swept towards Du Xiaofu. As its wings flapped, the runes under its wings swept out. Its entire body was wrapped in a dazzling white light. It looked like rolling clouds and mist as it attacked Du Xiaofu. Sky Shaker Wings. Du Xiaofu made his move and used the Sky Shaker Wings. His hand was like a fan and instantly swept towards the white cloud demonic goose. Walala, the Sky Shaker Wings' domineering aura caused the huge white cloud demonic goose's eyes to tremble. There was a hint of fear in its eyes, and it spat out runes from its sharp beak. It actually blocked Du Xiaofu's Sky Shaker Wings. At the same time, the white cloud demonic goose flapped its wings and brought with it a terrifying storm. It was like an endless wave of ripples and directly charged towards Du Xiaofu. Rock descends to the 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu shouted and the wings on his back flapped violently. The sky was filled with golden light. The white cloud demon goose phantom seemed to have felt an incomparably fearful aura. It screeched and roared, and its sharp eyes were faintly filled with fear. Symbols rushed out and tore apart the vast sky. However, under Du Xiaofu's rock descends to the 9 heavens, which resembled the descent of a true golden-winged rock, the white cloud demon goose's illusory image began to be suppressed involuntarily, as if it was innately suppressed. Rumble! In such a collision, under the terrifying aura, large amounts of mountain rocks below were shattered. Dust and gravel shot up into the sky, the ground cracked, and huge rocks exploded, turning into fine powder. The golden talisman wings on Du Xiaofu's back flapped powerfully and domineeringly. They swept through the sky and suppressed with great force, destroying everything in their path. The white cloud demon goose's phantom screeched, and its fierce eyes gradually became submissive. Then, its huge body burst out a series of broken runes in midair. The energy shot out like fireworks, causing the sky to be filled with resplendent light. In the dazzling light of the runes, a palm-sized white cloud demon goose appeared. The surrounding ripples fluctuated, and the energy fluctuations caused ripples in people's hearts. That's a strand of the white cloud demon goose's remnant soul. You've already suppressed its baleful aura, and what's left is pure beast soul energy. You're a soul symbol master, so if you can obtain it, it will be of great use. You can consume it to strengthen your spiritual energy, or you can refine symbol tools and Tao tools, increasing your power like a tiger that has grown wings. Zhen Qingquan's voice once again transmitted into Du Xiaofu's ears from the small pagoda. Pure beast soul energy, no need to be too complicated. At this moment, the golden light in Du Xiaofu's eyes had yet to disappear. Suddenly, the golden light in his eyes intensified, as if the illusory image of a golden-winged rock was soaring out of his eyes. The talisman wings on his back flickered, and a terrifying overbearing aura whistled through the sky. Soul Devour! Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, and a golden light spurted out from his throat like a suppressed volcano. In an instant, a terrifying energy gushed out, and like a nemesis, it directly wrapped around the white cloud demon goose's remnant soul in the air, and finally swallowed it into his mouth. Soul Devour, one of the golden-winged rock's ultimate techniques, could devour spiritual energy and spiritual energy. It was rumored that in ancient times, the golden-winged rock experts ate dragons as food, and could even devour dragon souls. How terrifying was that? Du Xiaofu cultivated the real golden-winged rock's technique. Not long ago, when he comprehended the rock chaos-shattering claw, he also comprehended the soul devour, but he didn't have a suitable opportunity to use it. After devouring the white cloud demon goose's remnant soul, Du Xiaofu immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. His hands formed a seal and his eyes closed. He began to refine the white cloud demon goose's remnant soul. He could use it to strengthen his spiritual energy and spiritual energy. Within this space, Du Xiaofu didn't have to worry about others coming in, so he could refine it without worry. After refining the white cloud demon goose's remnant soul, the ball of light condensed from spiritual energy in Du Xiaofu's mind slowly rotated. It was like a small star, and a strange energy spread out, releasing a dazzling light in his Naiwen palace. It illuminated the entire Naiwen palace, and its aura was ancient. Traces of the white cloud demon goose's remnant soul were refined by Du Xiaofu using the golden-winged rocks technique, and entered Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace in his mind. Then, the refined spiritual energy was guided by an invisible force in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace. When it entered Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace, the ball of light condensed from spiritual energy immediately became more solid and dazzling. The white cloud demon goose's remnant soul didn't seem big, but after being refined by Du Xiaofu, it was extremely large for Du Xiaofu's current level of cultivation. Walala, 3 days later, a mysterious white light slowly enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. It was like a divine light and it emitted an ancient pressure. Within his Naiwen palace, the ball of light condensed from spiritual energy had become much more solid, and its volume seemed to have increased by one size. The ancient aura that fluctuated from within his Naiwen palace was like the howling of wind and thunder. Compared to before, it was unknown how much more powerful it was. What a powerful spiritual energy! Once it condenses into a primordial spirit, how terrifying will it be? Zhen Qingquan's voice sounded from within the small pagoda. Sensing the aura fluctuation that was spreading out from Du Xiaofu's body, Zhen Qingquan was also shocked. At this time, Du Xiaofu was only a 6-star talisman master, but his spiritual soul power at this moment was simply abnormal. It was enough to kill talisman masters at the same cultivation level. Huff, when the white light around Du Xiaofu's body gradually disappeared, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. He seemed to have also felt the changes within his Naiwen palace. His mouth was slightly astonished, and then a smile appeared on his face. Du Xiaofu's mind probed, and he discovered that the ball of spiritual energy within his Naiwen palace had become much more solid. The strength of his spiritual energy had also increased by a lot. The remnant soul of the demonic white cloud goose is really terrifying. If there were a few more of them, it would be of great help to my spiritual energy, Du Xiaofu said in a low voice. He could feel that the spiritual energy in his mind had increased by almost 50% compared to before. In your dreams, you are really greedy. Do you know how lucky you are to be able to absorb this remnant soul? Do you think that it's easy to strengthen your spiritual energy? Not every talisman master can do it. At this moment, hearing Du Xiaofu's underestimation, Zhen Qingquan couldn't help but speak out. This guy was definitely a typical example of greedy and insatiable. It should be known that for a soul symbol master, spiritual energy was absolutely the most important. How difficult was it to strengthen one's spiritual energy? Generally speaking, even if one obtained a remnant soul that was suitable for a soul symbol master to swallow and refine, one wouldn't be able to obtain too much energy. At most, 30% would be a miracle. It wasn't easy to swallow and refine it for one's own use. However, Du Xiaofu was different. He had directly swallowed and refined the remnant soul of the demonic white cloud goose. His spiritual energy had greatly increased, but he was still not satisfied. If other soul symbol masters had heard Du Xiaofu's previous words, it would have been enough to cause public anger. I hope that I can encounter such an opportunity again next time. Du Xiaofu knew the importance of spiritual energy to himself. As a soul symbol master, no matter if it was medicine symbol master, array symbol master, or weapon symbol master, spiritual energy was definitely one of the most important factors. If one's spiritual energy was strong, it would be enough to show disdain for cultivators of the same level. If there is still such a remnant soul in this space, it will be a great opportunity for you. Just based on the remnant soul of the demonic white cloud goose that you obtained, it will be enough to make your trip worthwhile. Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. The Naiwan Palace in his mind was already extremely strong to begin with. At this moment it was strengthened once again. Above the ball of light that was condensed from his spiritual soul power, his mental energy was exceptionally abundant. Continue. After a while, Du Xiaofu continued to go deeper into the sealed space, following the aura that seemed to be calling him. The deeper he went into the space, the more powerful the pressure became. In the space ahead, there were even traces of golden light. In the space, the golden light was faintly discernible. It was blurry and extremely hazy. The space was also very quiet. It was deathly quiet. The pressure in the space became stronger and stronger. Even Du Xiaofu, who had activated the golden rock technique, found it more and more difficult to withstand the pressure. The pressure is getting stronger and stronger. Du Xiaofu fully activated the golden rock technique's aura to resist the pressure on his body and continued to go deeper into the space. Chapter 676. But the deeper Du Xiaofu went in, the more uncomfortable he felt. He was starting to feel like he was being suppressed. The power is too strong. We seem to be getting closer to something. Zhen Qingchun, who was inside the small pagoda, also felt the terrifying pressure outside and sensed some changes. I can feel something calling out to me. It seems to have something to do with the golden-winged rock. Du Xiaofu said to his brother Zhen Qingchun. Be careful. Don't be careless. Zhen Qingchun reminded Du Xiaofu. The pressure in this space was causing him to be tense as well. That is? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu saw something special at the foot of a mountain. Immediately, he dashed down. There was a dried corpse at the foot of the mountain. The robe on the body was draped over the dried corpse. It seemed like this person had been dead for tens of years. Someone from the Manchu. Du Xiaofu saw the badge on the corpse's robe, which indicated that it was a disciple of the ancient heaven sect. Du Xiaofu guessed that this person should be one of the people who had entered this space previously. He should be one of the people who had mastered the golden-winged rock. But Lin Fan did not know why this person had fallen in this sealed ground. After checking the dried corpse, Du Xiaofu bowed down. It was a greeting to the dead. It was also a greeting to a senior from the Manchu. Senior, it would be a waste for you to carry your Qiankuan pouch with you. Why don't you hand it over to me? After taking the Qiankuan pouch from the dried corpse, Du Xiaofu went deeper into the space. After walking for a long time, a gigantic mountain appeared before Du Xiaofu. The gigantic mountain stood tall amongst the other mountains. It was extremely majestic. Boom! Just as Du Xiaofu appeared before the gigantic mountain, the entire mountain trembled violently. Then, the entire space trembled as well. Suddenly, the space trembled as a golden light flashed. What's that? At this moment, Du Xiaofu stopped and looked at the huge mountain in front of him. At this moment, the golden light on the mountain peak became more and more dazzling. Then, mysterious runes flickered and emitted a blazing light. At the top of the last mountain peak, an enormous golden-winged rock flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Gee, the golden-winged Ping let out a cry, its voice piercing through the clouds like rolling thunder, causing the space to fluctuate. The surrounding mountain peaks were on the verge of collapsing. The golden light was dazzling and the entire world was trembling. Walala, the golden-winged rock spread its wings, covering the sky and the sun. Its entire body was shining with golden light. As its wings flapped, the spatial airflow swept out like a storm, causing the surrounding space to seem as if it was about to collapse. Around the figure of the golden-winged Ping, there were mysterious runes that covered the sky and the sun. Its ferocious aura covered the entire space. Looking at it from afar made one's heart tremble. That huge golden-winged rock was too huge. Du Xiaofu felt that it was much bigger than the golden-winged rock he saw in the Savage Beast mountain range. Its aura was very terrifying. Du Xiaofu raised his head. The blood in his body was boiling for no reason. The pressure that spread from the gigantic golden-winged Ping made it difficult for him to resist. The gigantic golden-winged Ping's huge eyes were filled with golden light like the sun. It was directly looking down on Du Xiaofu. Its aura was vast and mighty, and its aura was incomparably domineering. A cry resounded, and the terrifying golden-winged Ping disappeared from the sky above the mountain peak. The entire space returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Golden-winged Ping, that's the aura of the real golden-winged Ping. There must be something related to the golden-winged Ping on that mountain peak. From the small pagoda in Du Xiaofu's embrace, Du Xiaofu's voice sounded out in shock. Why did it disappear? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Under the terrifying aura just now, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that there was something related to the golden-winged Ping on the mountain peak. It was extremely likely that it was an absolute treasure. Chi, with a slight movement of his eyes, the golden rune wings on Du Xiaofu's back flapped, and he immediately flew into the sky. Chi. Suddenly, just as Du Xiaofu's figure flew out, ripples suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. A dazzling rune flashed out, and like a shockwave, it fiercely smashed into Du Xiaofu's body. The energy was too powerful. It pushed Du Xiaofu back by over 30 meters, causing Du Xiaofu to be surprised. Chi. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and frowned. The wings on his back shone brightly as he flapped them with all his might and charged forward, wanting to try again. Whoosh, however, the result was the same as before. A wave of rune energy rushed out from the space in front of him and heavily engulfed Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu was unable to resist the terrifying power and was forced back. What a powerful seal! This seal wasn't created by the golden-winged Ping. It was created by someone. Du Xiaofu stabilized his body. The aura in his body surged, and his aura was slightly chaotic. The energy was just too powerful. However, Du Xiaofu had already noticed that there was a seal in front of him. However, the seal had nothing to do with the golden-winged Ping. That was why he couldn't enter. Zhen Qingchuan's voice came out from the small pagoda in Du Xiaofu's arms. The seal was created by someone on purpose. It doesn't have much attacking power. It should only be used to prevent everyone from entering. I don't believe that I can't enter. There was something related to the golden-winged Ping on the mountain peak. Du Xiaofu naturally wouldn't give up. Even if there was a seal, it might not be able to stop him. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a hand seal. Du Xiaofu activated the vain spirit of the Five Fingers Mountain. Amidst the golden light, his figure merged into the vain spirit and immediately headed for the seal in front of him. The vain spirit of the Five Fingers Mountain wasn't afraid of any ordinary seals or talisman arrays. Now that there was a seal blocking it, Du Xiaofu wasn't too worried. Chi. The phantom of the Five Fingers Mountain flew across the sky and touched the seal. Immediately, dazzling runes rushed out and blocked the phantom of the Five Fingers Mountain. Dazzling light shone as the symbols made contact, shooting into the air. The illusory image of the Five-Finger Mountain appeared in the sky. Golden light erupted, and mighty power poured into the sky, as if it wanted to break through the seal. The surrounding space rippled and caved in. However, no matter what, the Five-Finger Mountain illusionary vein spirit was unable to break through the last bit of the seal. This continued for a full hour. Dazzling runes erupted in midair, but the golden phantom of the Five-Fingered Mountain was still unable to break through the last layer of the seal. Chi-la-la, withdrawing his meridian spirit, Du Xiaofu staggered back a few steps in the air. His face was pale as he had consumed a lot of energy. To think that I can't pass through. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's gaze turned serious and he frowned slightly. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. He did not expect that he would still be unable to break through the seal even after activating his arterial spirit. He kept feeling that he was just a hair away. If his comprehension of the meridian spirit was a little stronger, Du Xiaofu felt that he would be able to break through the seal. In the small tower, Zhen Qingchun said, "This seal is not simple. It is not a simple seal. The power of the seal is also very strong. It is much stronger than your current strength. If Du Xiaoyao was here, he should be able to break through the seal with his original body. However, your meridian spirit is still a little weaker." "Brother Qingchun, do you have any ideas?" Du Xiaofu asked Zhen Qingchun. "The power inside has a great impact on me. I'm afraid I can't help you break the seal. You can only rely on yourself." Zhen Qingchun continued, "I'm afraid you can only find a way to break this seal. Even if you go out and find the experts of the ancient heaven sect, they won't be able to enter this sealed space. It seems that I can only find a way by myself." Du Xiaofu frowned slightly and looked at the towering mountain in front of him. The aura that was calling him was getting stronger and stronger. However, he could not enter the seal outside for the time being. "I just felt your meridian spirit. If you can improve it, you may have a chance to break through the seal," Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at the mountain in front of him and said softly, "I feel the same. If I can improve my meridian spirit, I may have a chance to break through the seal." After a while, Du Xiaofu placed a simple seal in the cave of the mountain before the seal. Then, he directly called out the ancient desolate space. His figure flashed and entered the ancient desolate space. Comprehend the meridian spirit well. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and formed a seal. Suddenly, the meridian spirit phantom of the Five-Fingered Mountain spread out behind him. It was shining with golden light and flickering runes, covering the mysterious runes. Walala, not long after, the meridian spirit phantom of the Five-Fingered Mountain began to grow, evolve, and condense behind Du Xiaofu, whose eyes were already closed. The mysterious runes flickered and the meridian spirit phantom of the mountain seemed to be given life. It gradually produced dense spiritual energy around Du Xiaofu's body, evolving and arranging itself. It seemed to be endlessly mysterious. In order to break through the seal, Du Xiaofu planned to comprehend his meridian spirit well this time. If he could make progress in the meridian spirit phantom of the mountain, Du Xiaofu felt that he would have a chance to break through the extraordinary seal. The meridian spirit phantom of the mountain flickered and a terrifying power spread out. The golden light enveloped Du Xiaofu. The mysterious runes crisscrossed around Du Xiaofu's body. They grew, evolved, condensed, and produced dense spiritual energy. They communicated with the energy of heaven and earth, and multicolored light spread throughout the cave. As time passed, not many people knew that Du Xiaofu had entered the other sealed area. Even among the elders of the ancient heaven sect, not many people knew about it. However, on the 5th day after Du Xiaofu entered the sealed area, a major event occurred in the ancient heaven sect. Chapter 677. 2 types of pills were released in the World Pavilion recently. They were the Berserk pill and the Xianyuan pill. These 2 types of pills were 3 times more expensive than other pills of the same level. Most people would scoff at them. However, under Gu Zhangyo's persuasion, a disciple who wanted to compete in the Sky Martial Plaza and a disciple who went out for an adventure were finally willing to try it. The 2 of them had each bought a Berserk pill and a Xianyuan pill. The result was obvious. The disciple who was fighting on the Tianwu Square had a similar cultivation level as his opponent. Even the level of the Dao artifact in his hand was similar. After exhausting his Dao artifact, he would consume a meridian Xianyuan pill to recover his full strength and defeat his opponent. The other disciple who went out for an adventure encountered a powerful demonic beast in the mountain range. His group was in danger, and the disciple consumed a berserk pill. His strength increased by a level, and he heavily injured the demonic beast. The Xianyuan pill and berserk pill's fame started to spread. Some people were skeptical, but they were willing to try it. After the experiment, the results were equally shocking. In an instant, the news of the Berserker pill and Profound Essence pill spread. Many disciples wanted to buy the Profound Essence pill and Berserker pill. On the 5th day, the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill's fame had spread throughout the ancient sky sect. The shocking effects made all the disciples want to buy one in case they needed it in the future. However, it was said that there were only 10 Xianyuan pills and 10 Berserk pills in the World Pavilion. They had been sold out long ago. After a few more days, the disciples who bought the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill verified the shocking effect. The price of the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill soared again. The price of the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill gradually increased by 7 times in the ancient sky sect's black market. The disciples who had the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill couldn't help but sell them through the ancient sky sect's black market. After 10 days, the price of the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill had already reached 10 times the original price of the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill. It was equivalent to 30 times the price of the same level of pills, but it was still being inflated. In World Pavilion, there was an endless stream of people every day. They were all asking when the Black Essence pill and Berserker pill would be in stock. Gu Zhangyu could only shake his head. The Black Essence pill and Berserker pill were currently out of stock. They were personally refined by the World Society's president, Marshal Uncle Du. They could only be refined after Marshal Uncle Du came out of seclusion. Although the World Pavilion no longer had any Berserk pills and Xianyuan pills, the business of the World Pavilion had been booming recently and it had attracted a lot of attention. However, this kind of booming business made Gu Zhangyu unable to be too happy. There weren't many alchemy talisman masters and artifact talisman masters in the world gathering. It could be said that there were very few of them, and they couldn't support the World Pavilion's current business. It wouldn't be long before the World Pavilion would be faced with the predicament of having nothing to sell. All the alchemy symbol masters and weapon symbol masters in the ancient heaven sect had already been recruited by the various factions. It was basically impossible to find alchemy symbol masters and weapon symbol masters to join. At dusk, on the cliff of the mountain peak, the sun was setting in the west and the afterglow shrouded the peaks. Sima Taxing stood on the cliff with his hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. His face was handsome as he looked at the misty fog below the cliff and murmured, "Little guy, don't let anything happen to you." In the misty space of the ancient desolate space, golden light flickered and rippled out. 10 days had passed in the outside world. Du Xiaofu had been in the sealed land. Excluding the time spent refining the demonic white cloud goose's remnant soul and searching in the sealed land, he had been in the ancient desolate space for more than 2 months. Golden light flickered as the phantom of a 5-fingered mountain shrouded behind Du Xiaofu. If one looked carefully, the phantom of the mountain was formed by 5 peaks with uneven heights. They were like palms. Walala! The phantom of the 5-fingered mountain changed and grew behind Du Xiaofu. It evolved, condensed, and produced dense spiritual energy. It was extremely mysterious. Chi. Time passed again, and Du Xiaofu's aura was slowly rising. A few days later, when the aura that was rising from Du Xiaofu's body came to a stop, the shadow of the golden 5-fingered mountain behind him turned into runic symbols. Once it slowly entered his body, he opened his tightly shut eyes. Chi, in his deep and clear eyes, golden light flashed and an overbearing aura flashed. An extremely fierce and vigorous aura swept out from his body. You seem to have made a lot of progress. Zhen Qingquan's spirit appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu with numb shock. During this period of time, Zhen Qingquan was the one who was most aware of Du Xiaofu's improvement in meridian spirit. That speed involuntarily shocked him. It seems that I have made a lot of progress. Du Xiaofu stood up and felt everything in his body. It was as if the pulse soul had gone through a baptism. If there was enough time, Du Xiaofu felt that it would not take long for him to have a breakthrough. It was very likely that he would directly step into the martial king realm. In this period of time, the pulse soul had shown signs of transformation. Go and see if you can enter the seal. Be careful. There may be a great danger in the seal. Zhen Qingquan reminded Du Xiaofu. Swoosh swoosh, after a while, Du Xiaofu came out of the desolate ancient space and appeared in front of the huge mountain. He formed a hand seal and activated the five-fingered mountain's pulse soul. He integrated it into the pulse soul and immediately headed toward the seal. Chi chi chi, the phantom of the five-fingered mountain soared through the air and touched the seal. Dazzling runes suddenly rushed out from the seal and blocked the phantom of the five-fingered mountain. Above the phantom of the five-fingered mountain's pulse soul, golden runes soared into the sky and collided with the seal. When the two runes collided, the surrounding space was dented and dazzling light shot into the air. The phantom of the five-fingered mountain soared through the sky and golden light erupted. Mighty power poured into the sky as if it wanted to break through the seal. At this moment, the power of the phantom of the five-fingered mountain was obviously much stronger than a few days ago. This continued for about 15 minutes. In the dazzling runes in the air, the phantom of the five-fingered mountain finally broke through the last layer of the seal. Chi 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 chi, the phantom of the mountain broke through the seal. Du Xiaofu's figure followed the phantom of the pulse soul and directly pierced through the void. Then, his face turned pale. He had consumed a lot of energy. I'm finally here. The phantom of the five-fingered mountain's pulse soul disappeared. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky in front of him. The huge mountain was already in front of him. He had finally broken through the seal. There seems to be a palace on the peak of the mountain. Du Xiaofu looked at the mountain in front of him. The huge mountain was made of ancient rock. Not even a blade of grass grew on it. It exuded a magnificent and ancient aura. At the peak of the mountain, an extremely huge palace appeared from afar. Swoosh swoosh. Du Xiaofu was cautious and on full alert as he began to soar through the air towards the enormous mountain peak. The huge palace was located on the peak of the mountain, like an ancient immortal palace. The closer he got, the more he felt that it was extremely vast. Du Xiaofu's figure landed in front of the palace. An inexplicable aura spread out from the depths of the palace as if it was summoning him. Without much hesitation, Du Xiaofu carefully stepped into the palace. The huge palace was majestic, but it was not gorgeous. Instead, it was extremely simple. However, one could feel an ancient aura. There are so many skeletons. They should be the disciples of the ancient heaven sect. Inside the palace, Du Xiaofu saw many skeletons along the way. There were more than 10 of them. Some of them had the insignia of the ancient heaven sect on their clothes. However, some of them seemed to have died a long time ago. Their clothes were rotten, and the insignia could not be seen. However, these skeletons were still intact. It proved that they were absolute experts when they were alive. Their skeletons would not rot easily. They were stronger than steel. Du Xiaofu bowed to these skeletons and began to check them one by one. However, he could not find a Qianquan bag. It seemed that someone had already taken it. He continued to go deeper into the palace. Everything in the palace was quite simple. Following the inexplicable aura, Du Xiaofu quickly went deeper. Slowly, he saw energy fluctuations in the palace. In some of the cracks of the stones in the palace, spiritual herbs appeared. Multicolored light spread out. They were crystal clear and sparkling. It's the 9 stars vine. There's also the white leaf Ganoderma. I didn't expect there to be a blood nether gourd. Zhen Qingchuan's voice came from the small tower. He had spied on the aura of many spiritual herbs. He said with great surprise, "There are so many spiritual herbs. They're all very high grade. They can be refined into grade 7 pills. The white leaf Ganoderma can also be refined into high-grade Xianyuan pills. There are so many spiritual herbs. Did someone cultivate them here?" Du Xiaofu was also very surprised. He did not expect that there would be spiritual herbs in the cracks of the palace. "It's not done by someone. There's a special treasure here that emits the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After a long time, these extraordinary spiritual herbs have been bred," Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu. "I've picked them. Fortunately, Du Xiaoyao is not here." Du Xiaofu did not hesitate. He directly put all the mature spiritual herbs into his Qiankuan bag. He secretly thought that it was fortunate that Du Xiaoyao was not here. Otherwise, half of these good things would definitely be taken away by Du Xiaoyao. However, looking at these spiritual herbs, Du Xiaofu could not help but think of Du Xiaoyao. During this period, he really missed that guy more and more. Chapter 678. Du Xiaofu kept the spiritual herbs into his Qiankuan bag. Almost all of the spiritual herbs were extraordinary and could be used to create high-grade elixirs. There were even spiritual herbs that could be used to create the Xianyuan elixir and Berserker elixir. If this batch of spiritual herbs was placed in the outside world, it would be enough for people to fight over. Swoosh! A sword light swept down from the sky. The sword light whistled and caused the space to tremble. "Be careful!" Zhen Qingchun shouted to Du Xiaofu from the small pagoda. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's figure instantly swept out in an arc and dodged the sword light. Luckily, the sword light did not strike again. After that, Du Xiaofu looked up and saw that in the void in front of him, there was a spiritual sword floating in the middle of a talisman. Buzz buzz! The spiritual sword was moving. It let out a buzzing sound and its aura spread. Its aura was not below that of the Fuyao heaven-shaking fan and baaing. The spiritual sword floated in the void. The talisman was shining brightly. It seemed to be looking at Du Xiaofu. The buzzing sound of the sword did not stop. High-grade peak Dao artifact. It seems to be evolving by itself. It has already reached the level of a half-magic artifact. It is starting to have a sword spirit, Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu. He felt the power of the spiritual sword. It was a half-magic artifact-level spiritual sword. Half-magic artifact. It is definitely a treasure, Du Xiaofu exclaimed. The power of this spiritual sword was now stronger than Baaing and the Fuyao heaven-shaking fan. This is an ownerless item. You can keep it in your bag, Zhen Qingchun reminded Du Xiaofu. He said wretchedly, a half-magic artifact is not cheap. Even if you don't need it, you can leave it for someone else. It is also good to exchange it for some high-grade elixirs. Du Xiaofu smiled. Naturally, he would not let go of an ownerless semi-magic tool. Don't try to forcibly take the semi-magic item. This spirit sword has already begun to nurture a sword spirit. If it is not a Dao, talisman or spirit weapon, you cannot forcibly take it. You can only take it after obtaining its approval. Forcibly taking it will only destroy its sword spirit. After obtaining it, its power will be greatly reduced. In the end, you will only obtain a high-grade Dao. Zhen Qingchun reminded Du Xiaofu not to forcibly take the spirit sword. It was impossible to forcibly take the spirit sword. Otherwise, its power would be greatly reduced. Only someone with super strength could forcibly imprison the sword spirit and take the spirit sword into the spirit sword without damaging its power. Then how should we collect it? Du Xiaofu was just about to forcibly take it when he heard Zhen Qingchun's words. He immediately stopped and asked Zhen Qingchun. Hearing this, Zhen Qingchun immediately said to Du Xiaofu, use your spiritual soul power to communicate with it. If you can obtain its approval, you will naturally be able to take it. If you can't obtain its approval, then you can only forcibly take it, unless you are willing to let it go. Du Xiaofu smiled. How could he not take the treasure when he saw it? He immediately acted according to what Zhen Qingchun said. He began to communicate with the spirit sword, hoping to obtain its approval, and then take it into his pocket. However, the result was somewhat different from what Du Xiaofu had imagined. No matter how hard he tried, he could not obtain the approval of the spirit sword. Du Xiaofu's spiritual soul power fluctuated and wrapped around the spirit sword. It even made the spirit sword emit a more and more fierce sword hum. The mysterious runes on the spirit sword were dazzling. It could attack Du Xiaofu at any time. How is this possible? I am so talented, but I still can't obtain the approval of the spirit sword. Du Xiaofu was somewhat aggrieved. He could not accept that he could not obtain the approval of the spirit sword. This was a blow to his confidence. Obtaining the approval of the spirit sword is a kind of opportunity. It has nothing to do with you. It seems that you don't have such an opportunity. Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu. For some reason, there was a hint of happiness in his voice. For Zhen Qingchun, being able to see Du Xiaofu encounter something that he could not get his way made him feel inexplicably happy. This proved that this kid was not omnipotent. There were times when he would be defeated. This spirit sword should have been left behind by an expert of the ancient sky sect. Could it be that I need the ancient sky sect's cultivation method to communicate with it? Du Xiaofu did not give up and frowned slightly. This spirit sword was most likely left behind by an expert of the ancient sky sect in this sealed place. If he used the ancient sky sect's cultivation method to communicate with it, he might be able to succeed. However, Du Xiaofu did not practice the cultivation method of the ancient sky sect at all. He had been practicing the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock. Oh right! Suddenly Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched. He seemed to have thought of something. He formed a hand seal and used his hand as a sword. Sword rays swept out from his hand. The sword rays overlapped and spread out. The spirit sword floating in the air seemed to have sensed something. Suddenly, the sword trembled and flashed with brilliance. Then, it moved along with the sword rays in Du Xiaofu's hand. The two moved at the same time and sword rays swept out. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was using a sword move from the Bright Saint Sword Manual. Using his hand as a sword, the sword rays swept out and moved towards the spirit sword floating in the air. The spirit sword screeched and was extremely cheerful. It began to dance along with Du Xiaofu's sword move, and it was getting closer and closer to Du Xiaofu. Whoosh, whoosh! When Du Xiaofu finished using the sword move from the Bright Saint Sword Manual, the spirit sword screeched and bloomed with brilliance. It also directly floated in front of Du Xiaofu. Strands of talisman markings rippled on the spirit sword, causing its fierce aura to vanish completely, and it started to become extremely intimate with Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu reached out and held the spirit sword in his hand. Then, a slight smile appeared on his face. A semi-ritual spirit sword was finally in his pocket. This kid actually succeeded. Zhen Qingchuan's murmur was heard. He seemed to be rather unhappy. Hee. Du Xiaofu smiled. He didn't expect that using the sword move from the Bright Saint Sword Manual would really be able to communicate with the Spirit Sword Manual. It seemed that the original owner of this Spirit Sword Manual had also cultivated the Bright Saint Sword Manual. After putting away the semi-ritual spirit sword, Du Xiaofu didn't intend to recognize it as its owner right now. Du Xiaofu knew that he had the Tyrant Shadow in his hand. Although the spirit sword's current level of power was slightly stronger than the Tyrant Shadow, it was not necessarily stronger than the Tyrant Shadow. Moreover, it was likely that it was not tailor-made for him like the Tyrant Shadow. In addition, for Du Xiaofu, in addition to the Tyrant Shadow, he also had the purple gold heavenly tower on his back. No matter how strong this spirit sword was, It naturally couldn't be stronger than the purple-gold heavenly tower. After putting away the semi-ritual spirit sword, Du Xiaofu only thought of leaving it for his big sister or Ouyang Shuang. Perhaps it would be good to exchange it for some other treasures in the future. Afterwards, Du Xiaofu continued to follow the aura that was calling him deeper into the palace. He was very careful and didn't encounter any more dangers. His journey was quite smooth, and he arrived at a majestic hall. The hall was very spacious, with an area of several hundred meters. It was tall and majestic. Inside the hall, an old man who looked to be in his 50s was sitting cross-legged. He wore a wide golden robe and his eyes were closed. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of golden light. The golden light was rather dim and strangely didn't have any aura fluctuations. It was as if a weak golden flame was wrapped around his body. That person has already gone mad. He's relying on burning the spirit qi in his body to protect his last trace of consciousness. What powerful strength! If I were at my peak, I'm afraid I would only be a level stronger than him. Zhen Qingquan's shocked voice came from the small pagoda in Du Xiaofu's arms. Sitting cross-legged in the hall was an old man in a golden robe who seemed to have passed away. Although there wasn't any aura fluctuations, he was definitely a top expert. However, Du Xiaofu's gaze wasn't fixed on the old man in the golden robe. Instead, it was fixed on an ancient stone platform in the hall. The stone platform was more than 10 meters in size and was densely covered with ancient runes. On the stone platform there was a pair of wings that were spread out. The wings were spread out and placed quietly on the ancient stone platform. The wings were covered in layers of golden feathers. There wasn't any aura flowing, but it made one's heart tremble for no reason and want to crawl on the ground before it. Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on the golden wings on the stone platform. The runes on the feathers were densely covered and revealed a mystery. They began to fluctuate. There was an invisible aura spreading out from the golden wings. The formless aura was very familiar to Du Xiaofu. It was the aura that had been guiding him in this sealed land. This aura was calling out to him, and it came from within the golden wings. Boom! Suddenly, it seemed that Du Xiaofu's aura had touched the golden wings on the stone platform. There was a dazzling golden light that shot up into the sky. In an instant, the golden wings began to shine with golden light. The golden light flowed like a golden torrent that hung in the hall, carrying an incomparably domineering and fierce aura. The golden light on the golden wings became more and more dazzling. The runes on the golden wings flickered and a blazing light was emitted. Then, the shadow of a huge golden-winged rock flapped its wings and flew up into the sky. Screech! The screech of the golden-winged rock pierced through the clouds. The entire hall and the huge mountain trembled. Whoosh! The golden-winged rock spread its wings and its entire body shone with golden light. It made the huge hall seem as if it was about to be destroyed. Its ferocious aura spread out and made people tremble in fear. What a powerful aura! Du Xiaofu was shocked. At this moment, all the blood in his body was boiling for no reason. The aura that spread out from the huge golden-winged rock made Du Xiaofu want to crawl on the ground and tremble. The terrifying aura was too powerful. One more update, Xiao Yu is writing. Chapter 679. Du Xiaofu cultivated the path of the golden-winged rock. At this moment, he could feel even more how terrifying that might was. Inside the hall, the gigantic golden-winged rock that filled the entire hall looked down at Du Xiaofu with its huge eyes that were as bright as the sun, shining with golden light. It was as if a bolt of golden lightning was staring down at him. The aura of the golden-winged rock was incomparably domineering, causing Du Xiaofu to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but scream. At this moment, he felt as if something was burning in his chest. His blood was boiling as if it was going to destroy his body. Boom boom, like thunder, the terrifying golden-winged rock's eyes shot out two golden lightning-like rays of light and landed directly in Du Xiaofu's eyes. The dazzling light was as bright as the sun. Du Xiaofu immediately wanted to close his eyes. However, under the golden light, Du Xiaofu was shocked to find that he couldn't close his eyes. His body was already filled with the dazzling golden light. Within the dazzling light, there seemed to be two phantoms of golden-winged rocks appearing. They entered Du Xiaofu's eyes and turned into countless mysterious runes. They spread out in Du Xiaofu's eyes, causing him to feel dizzy and his consciousness to stagnate. The golden wings of the golden rock. These are the real golden wings of the golden rock. Zhen Qingquan's voice came from the small pagoda in Du Xiaofu's arms. However, Du Xiaofu didn't hear Zhen Qingquan's voice. His eyes slowly closed. He stood there quietly. Du Xiaofu's current state was similar to that of the old man in the golden robe, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. When Du Xiaofu regained his consciousness, he found himself in a golden whirlpool. Walala, the huge whirlpool spun like a black hole that led to the underworld. The aura around it made one's soul tremble. The golden whirlpool was very deep. Du Xiaofu felt as if he was falling from the ninth heaven. The golden light became more and more dazzling, producing a buzzing sound of wind and thunder, as if a golden-winged rock was roaring. Roar! Woo woo, moo! Suddenly, there were all kinds of beasts roaring in the golden whirlpool. Then, terrifying demonic beasts roared and wanted to pounce out of the golden whirlpool. There were terrifying demonic beasts. There were ferocious birds and powerful beasts. They were all roaring. Their eyes were like lightning. They were unwilling to give up. Each and every one of these terrifying demonic beasts was an absolutely terrifying existence. In fact, most of the demonic beasts were existences that Du Xiaofu had never seen before. However, the frightening and ferocious pressure that radiated from them was comparable to the demonic beasts ranked at the top of the heavenly beast list. The demonic beasts were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. If any of them were released to the outside world, they would be able to cause rivers of blood. However, they seemed to be the last remnant souls left in the golden whirlpool. These demonic beasts were all earth-shattering existences when they were alive. However, they had been killed by the golden rock. They could only roar in the golden whirlpool, unwilling to give up. The golden whirlpool was like a whirlpool where time and space flowed backward. Du Xiaofu fell into it and saw countless shocked beasts from the ancient times. They were all roaring as if they were alive. Their aura was terrifying. In the golden whirlpool, the aura from the golden rock grew stronger. As a practitioner of the golden-winged rock's cultivation method, Du Xiaofu clearly knew that without the protection of the golden-winged rock's aura, a martial king realm practitioner would be crushed like an ant in the golden vortex. He would not be able to withstand such a terrifying pressure at all. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt that not only was he not suppressed, but he also felt a sense of familiarity. Rumble, in the end Du Xiaofu felt as if he had fallen into a boundless space. The space trembled incessantly, and it was a boundless expanse. Then, in the vast space, a golden light shot out from the vast sea of cloud. The golden light spread and countless talisman runes were faintly discernible. These golden talisman runes were all incomplete. However, they did not dissipate. The aura was so domineering that it made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble. So powerful! Du Xiaofu felt as if he was about to explode from the pressure. Such a terrifying pressure was too terrifying, too domineering, and too sharp. The Golden Rock's Talisman Runes. These are the Golden Rock's Talisman Runes. Du Xiaofu was astonished as he looked at the dense talisman runes in the vast space. They were the true golden-winged rock's runes, and they came from the real golden-winged rock. Whoosh, in the vast space, the broken golden talisman runes flashed. The golden light was dazzling, like countless golden lightning flashing. Finally, they lined up in the sky. Rumble, a golden rock's shadow appeared and hovered in the sky as if it was looking down on the world. It flapped its wings and covered the sky, suppressing the world. Whoosh, then, the golden rock's shadow dissipated and turned into talisman runes again. However, it turned into a pair of pure golden rock's golden wings again. The golden rock spread its wings and covered the sky. It was as if it could cover the ancient times. Then, it disappeared again. This is the golden rock's beast energy. It's letting me comprehend it. It's imparting the supreme beast energy to me. Du Xiaofu was shocked. This was the golden rock's talisman imparting the supreme beast energy to him. The golden talisman runes that didn't dissipate kept changing in this vast space. They were arranged and evolved. Du Xiaofu felt that these talisman runes were related to him. It was a connection that came from his blood and soul. It was endless and continuous. Du Xiaofu was stunned. His mind was immersed in the transformation of the talisman runes. He comprehended the transformations of the golden talisman runes and the vast space. He comprehended everything. In an instant, it was as if he had traveled through hundreds and thousands of years. Whoosh, the golden talisman runes changed. As they were arranged, it was like the sound of wind and thunder. The golden talisman runes turned into a pair of golden wings. It was as if it could fly up 90,000 miles and shake the universe. The golden talisman runes turned into a complete phantom of the golden rock. It could suppress the ancient times and suppress all living things. The golden talisman runes turned into a sharp claw. It could tear apart the sky and crush the stars. Everything was incomparably domineering and shocking all living things. The phantom of the golden rock seemed to be looking down on the earth. The vast space began to tremble. The sound of wind and thunder could be heard. Du Xiaofu was completely immersed in the comprehension of this incomparably domineering golden rock. He entered a state of enlightenment and was completely immersed in it. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was exploring the supreme beast energy of the golden rock. He was exploring the many mysteries of the golden rock's domineering aura. In the vast hall, Du Xiaofu's eyes were tightly shut. His body gradually began to emit dense golden talisman runes. These golden talisman runes were connected to the hall. The golden talisman runes changed. Then, as if they were being pulled, they began to approach the pair of wings of the golden rock on the ancient stone platform. Walala, on the ancient stone platform, the golden wings of the golden rock also began to emit a golden radiance. The runes flickered in the hall. Strands of mysterious golden talisman runes fluctuated and finally condensed with the golden talisman runes in Du Xiaofu's body. Boom! At this moment, the entire hall trembled violently. It was as if something terrible had happened. Rumble! At this moment, on the main peak of the ancient heaven sect, the huge palace trembled. A thunderous sound resounded in the sky above the ancient heaven sect. The astonishing sound alarmed many people in the ancient heaven sect. In the mountains, some people looked up at the sky in surprise. They didn't know where the thunderous sound came from, but it didn't resound again. Walala, under the cliff of the mountain, in the bottomless abyss, the gray mist suddenly trembled violently. Then, a dazzling golden light burst out, but it disappeared in the end. Whoosh whoosh, in a short time, two figures landed on the cliff of the mountain. They were Sima Taxing and Elder Gu Qingyang. The two figures landed, and their eyes fell on the bottomless abyss. It's the movement below. Did something happen in the sealed area? Sima Taxing frowned. He was uneasy. The trembling and thunderous sound just now came from the bottomless abyss. There was a space related to the golden-winged rock inside the sealed area. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was inside. I hope Xiaofu is okay. Elder Gu Qingyang's eyes were solemn and worried. He was worried that his disciple was in danger in the sealed area. This kid is actually comprehending the golden-winged rock runes on the golden rock's wings. The golden rock's wings are not left by an ordinary golden-winged rock. It's a great opportunity, a really great opportunity. In the vast hall of the sealed area, Zhen Qingchuan's voice came from the small pagoda in Du Xiaofu's arms. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's whole body was wrapped in golden rune light. It was like a miracle. It was incomparably mysterious. The golden light flowing all over his body revealed many mysteries. Walala, at this moment, the body of the old man in golden robes, who was seated cross-legged in the large hall, actually began to fluctuate with a golden glow at an unknown time. Wave after wave of domineering and sharp aura began to spread out from the old man's body. Readers, today's update is complete. Chapter 680. In the vast space, golden light shone brightly. The talisman kept changing, displaying the supreme golden-winged rock's inherited beast energy. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt as if he'd become a true golden-winged rock that soared into the sky, flapped his wings, and intended to soar into the sky, look down upon the world, and crush all living beings. Du Xiaofu could feel that the runes were fusing with him. They began to fuse into his mind, becoming one with him, fusing into his bloodline and penetrating deep into his soul. On the main peak of the ancient heaven sect there was a mountain range in the distance. Under the cliff it was foggy. On the cliff, at dusk, an old man and a middle-aged man stood with their hands behind their back. The old man was covered with an ancient sword. He looked like an immortal, and his white beard fluttered in the wind. The middle-aged man's clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes shone brightly, and he looked down on the world. "It's already been 3 months on the cliff," Elder Gu Qingyang frowned. He was very serious. There was still no news after 3 months. Elder Gu Qingyang couldn't help but worry about his disciples' situation. The sealed land was too dangerous. Those who weren't proficient in the golden-winged rock's beast energy couldn't enter. The sealed land has existed for a long time. It was said that it existed not long after the ancient heaven sect was founded. There has always been a sect rule that the sealed land can't be forcefully entered. Only the fated ones can enter. After so many years, many disciples have died inside. Sima Taxing smiled bitterly. His glassy eyes also frowned. He hesitated for a while and said to Elder Gu Qingyang, "I believe that Xiaofu will be fine. The golden-winged rock's beast energy, he comprehended, is different from others. He has both the form and the soul. Maybe he's the fated one in the sealed land. At least the jade scroll that he left behind hasn't changed." "I hope so," Elder Gu Qingyang sighed softly. "After all, Xiaofu is only at the peak of the martial lord realm. Many sovereigns have died in that sealed land. I hope he'll be fine." "Martial uncle, let's go back. I believe that kid will be fine. That ferocious guy is not someone to be trifled with. After coming to our ancient heaven sect, he has harmed a lot of people. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. That kid doesn't look like someone who will die." Sima Taxing Star said to Elder Gu Qingyang with a faint smile. "I hope." Elder Gu Qingyang's ruddy face squeezed out a bitter smile. Now, he could only continue to wait. Then, the two of them looked at the sky that was gradually darkening. The red clouds covered the sky and were about to leave. Boom! Just as the two of them were about to leave, the sound of thunder suddenly resounded from the bottom of the cliff. Then, a gray mist rose into the sky, and an intense energy fluctuation rose from the bottom of the cliff. Whoosh! Along with the sound of the thunder, the energy between heaven and earth in the surroundings seemed to be attracted by something and began to gather crazily at the bottom of the cliff. In the afterglow of the setting sun, a large number of disciples in the ancient heaven sect raised their heads to look at a certain place in the sky. They looked in the direction of the thunder and looked at the main peak. "What's going on?" As Elder Gu Qingyang looked at the changes occurring at the bottom of the 10,000-foot-tall cliff, this sudden change caused him to be shocked. This unforeseen change originated from the sealed area at the bottom of the 10,000-foot-tall cliff. Sima Taxing Star did not say anything. His glass-like eyes flashed with a bright light. His mental and soul power seemed to have been focused on the bottom of the cliff. He frowned slightly. Whoosh! The energy of heaven and earth gathered and formed a vortex of energy storm at the bottom of the cliff. There seemed to be something terrifying below that was devouring a large amount of the restricted area. It might be related to Du Xiaofu. The energy fluctuation came from the sealed land. A moment later, Sima Taxing Star's glass-like eyes flashed as he stared at the bottom of the cliff. Elder Gu Qingyang looked at the shockingly violent energy fluctuations around him and said with a frown, "This energy fluctuation is very strong. It's difficult for a martial king to cause it. Xiaofu is only at the martial marquis realm. I'm afraid it's impossible for him to cause such a terrifying movement." Hearing this, Sima Taxing Star said to Elder Gu Qingyang, "Martial uncle, don't forget. Although that kid is at the martial marquis realm, his strength is so strong that even Mu Ha can't contend against him." Rumble, as the two of them spoke, the energy fluctuations between heaven and earth continued. At the same time as the energy of heaven and earth gathered and poured into the vortex, a domineering aura began to seep out from the terrifying energy vortex at the bottom of the cliff. The domineering and unparalleled energy aura continued to emit a golden light that shot into the sky. Looking from afar, it was as if a sun was about to rise from the bottom of the cliff. The gray mist was dyed into golden clouds, shining brightly, as if a sea of golden clouds was rippling. The golden light shot out and enveloped a large area of the ancient heaven sect. It was extremely magnificent when people looked up. "That's the main peak. What happened?" "It seems to be a movement from the main peak." "What a domineering aura." At this moment, many disciples of the ancient heaven sect rushed out and looked in the direction of the main peak. There was a golden light soaring into the sky, and a domineering aura descended from the sky. Countless shocked gazes looked at the sky. The golden light soared into the sky, accompanied by the domineering aura. It made the meridians and souls in people's bodies tremble involuntarily. The golden light grew stronger and stronger, and the energy became more and more domineering. It was as if a sun was about to rise from the east. The golden light burst out and illuminated the mountains. Whoosh whoosh, at this moment, the ancient heaven sect was gone. Many experts soared into the sky, and many elders and protectors began to rush to the main peak. This was the first time such a phenomenon had appeared in the ancient heaven sect. It was shocking. Boom, the wind and clouds surged, and the dazzling golden light soared into the sky. The golden light was boundless, and the golden light flowed like countless golden ribbons, hanging above the sky. Suddenly, a large number of eyes looked up at the sky. The blazing golden light was emitted, and a huge golden-winged rock phantom flapped its wings and spiraled out. It soared into the sky as if it wanted to soar into the sky. Screech, the golden-winged rock screeched, and the sound waves pierced through the clouds. It spread its wings, and its entire body was shining with golden light. Its ferocious aura spread out, causing the entire space to tremble. What a terrifying power! It's irresistible! What a strong pressure! That's the golden-winged rock. All the disciples of the ancient heaven sect trembled at this moment. The demonic beast meridians and souls in their bodies were crawling for no reason. They were irresistible, as if they were worshipping a supreme being. The terrifying pressure was too powerful. Gu Qingyang, Sima Taxing, and many elders and protectors landed on the main peak. They looked up at the golden-winged rock phantom on the cliff, and their eyes trembled. "This aura. Is that guy breaking through to the martial king realm?" Sima Taxing's eyes suddenly trembled, and a bright light shot out. He felt the aura spreading from the bottom of the cliff, and it seemed that the aura was breaking through. "What's going on? Is someone breaking through down there?" The golden-winged rock. Is it related to Du Xiaofu? It seems that only he has comprehended the beast ability of the golden-winged rock. The elders and protectors of the ancient heaven sect were also shocked at this time. The aura of the golden-winged rock phantom was too fierce and overbearing. With the appearance of the golden-winged rock phantom, a majestic aura also rose directly from the bottom of the cliff, like a volcanic eruption, which shocked all the experts of the ancient heaven sect on the main peak. It seems that someone is breaking through to the martial king realm. The aura of the early stage of the Martial King realm seems to be more powerful than that of the complete Martial King realm. Rumble! The heavens and the earth trembled violently once again. Under the shadow of the golden-winged rock, a dazzling patch of golden talisman markings spread out once again. After that, they evolved, arranged, and derived in the sky. In the end, they transformed into a golden five-fingered mountain shadow. Boom! When the phantom of the five-fingered mountain appeared, it absorbed the endless energy of heaven and earth, and the talisman mysterious runes surged, as if it had been tempered thousands of times, like a living thing. The phantom of the golden mountain released a dazzling golden light, and endless momentum swept across the sky. Rumble! Suddenly, for some unknown reason, in the mountains of the ancient heaven sect, the earth rumbled, and the continuous mountain peaks trembled. That's the pulse soul of Du Xiaofu's mountain. The pulse soul has transformed. That's Du Xiaofu's pulse soul. Du Xiaofu is breaking through to the Martial King realm. That guy is breaking through to the Martial King realm at the bottom of the cliff, which has caused such a terrible movement. What a monster! At this moment, all the elders and protectors on the main peak trembled violently. At this moment, almost everyone could be sure that all the violent movements at this time were inseparably related to Du Xiaofu. It was caused by that guy. The pulse soul has transformed. That guy is going to step into the Martial King realm. At this moment, Sima Taxing's eyes were also rippling. The phantom of the mountain was changing. It was transforming. Many talented people could not take this step in their lives, but Du Xiaofu had done it easily. He was already breaking through to the Martial King realm. Du Xiaofu is fine. He is stepping into the Martial King realm. Elder Gu Qingyang's eyes were filled with excitement. His disciple was fine. It seemed that he had obtained a great opportunity in the sealed land and was in the process of breaking through. Once his vain spirit transformed, he would step into the Martial King realm. At that time, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. It was not something a Martial King realm expert could compare with. Chapter 681. The entire ancient sky sect was shaken by this frightening aura. Everyone lifted their heads and looked at the main peak. What a terrifying aura! Is someone breaking through? The shadow of the golden rock and the mountain vein spirit seemed to be related to Martial Uncle Du. Could it be that Martial Uncle Du caused such a terrifying commotion? The golden light in the sky dispersed the darkness. The earth shook and the mountains shook. It was as if the heavens and earth were in turmoil. Under the gazes of countless people, the enormous golden-winged rock's silhouette suddenly disappeared. After which, a figure wrapped in golden light quietly appeared on top of the huge golden five-fingered mountain peak. The figure appeared silently. Although it was illusory, one could still see that it was tall and straight. There was a pair of golden rune wings on its back. It was like a rock flapping its wings. The figure could be vaguely seen. It was Du Xiaofu's shadow. His body released a boundless and domineering aura. It was as if he was going to soar into the sky. The tall figure stepped on the five-finger mountain. Golden light shone as if it was a miracle. A supreme aura spread out and suppressed the heavens and earth. At this moment, the phantom of the golden mountain connected with the surrounding mountains and earth for no reason. Golden talisman runes flickered as it connected with the mountain range. Rumble! Even the sky was trembling because of it. The phantom of the five-finger mountain continued to evolve and rearrange itself. Finally, it was powerful to the extreme. A new and powerful aura suddenly spread out from the illusory figure. The aura was extremely powerful. It swept across the sky and stepped into a new level. Rumble! At this moment, the rune wings on the back of the tall figure flashed. It was as if a real golden rock had descended. Its eyes opened and shot out golden light. It was as if two suns were shining in the sky and overlooking the heavens and earth. The domineering aura caused the space to rumble. Waves of air surged into the sky. It was as if it wanted to turn the heavens and earth upside down. The domineering energy fluctuation was like a sea. It was like a golden rainbow in the sky. The runes surged, causing the mountains in the ancient heavens sect to rumble. He has stepped into the martial king realm. As they sensed this overbearing and powerful aura, the eyes of the elders and protectors on the entire main peak emitted numerous low murmurs that were filled with shock. "That's Martial Uncle Du, he's breaking through." Martial Uncle Du has broken through to the Martial King realm. When Martial Uncle Du was at the complete Martial Lord realm, he could already defeat the young lady, who was at the Nirvana realm. Now that he has broken through to the Martial King realm, how terrifying is his strength. Within the ancient heaven sect, countless disciples looked at the tall and straight golden figure on the phantom of the five-finger mountain in the distance, trembling and prostrating. The domineering aura, causing the heavens and earth shook heaven. At this moment, many hidden auras from the depths of the ancient heaven sect spied over, and they didn't disperse for a long time. The terrifying aura rippled, and then gradually disappeared under countless trembling gazes. The golden light dissipated and the entire world returned to the night sky. The cloud sky, the moon was sky. Stars moon heaven earth God moon. What's going on? A look of surprise flashed across everyone's eyes. When the heavens and earth rock disappeared, many disciples, whose martial souls were greatly affected, were able to slowly stand up. In the vast space, the runes turned into a golden-winged rock. The supreme aura spread out. Du Xiaofu felt that the supreme golden-winged rock had turned into a rune again. It fell directly on his mind and connected with his soul and blood. Du Xiaofu felt that he had become a real golden-winged rock at this moment. He was comprehending and capturing everything about the golden-winged rock. All this made Du Xiaofu's mind move. He was like a real golden-winged rock soaring in the sky, comprehending the supreme golden-winged rock's beast energy. In the vast hall, Du Xiaofu stood quietly. At this moment, a strange scene appeared on his body. On the ancient stone platform, the pair of golden-winged rock was directly connected to Du Xiaofu. It spread its wings and merged perfectly with Du Xiaofu. It was as if it was born on Du Xiaofu's back. It was perfect and natural. On the golden-winged rock, golden runes turned into a vortex. They revolved around Du Xiaofu. The golden runes kept changing. Finally, they arranged themselves and merged into Du Xiaofu's body. Breaking through to the Martial King realm and obtaining the golden-winged rock. This kid has obtained another great opportunity. Zhen Qingquan's voice echoed out from within the pagoda. He was well aware of what was going on. Du Xiaofu had once again acquired a monstrous opportunity in the sealed region. He seems to have awakened suddenly. Zhen Qingquan seemed to have sensed something. The aura of his primordial spirit was immediately withdrawn into the small pagoda. In the hall, the old man in golden robes, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly had the golden light around him become more and more intense. Then, it gradually disappeared. The aura in his body was like a ferocious bird awakening. It was like a giant beast awakening from hibernation. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire hall. Walala. The golden light converged and flowed into Du Xiaofu's body. Then, the mysterious aura disappeared. Only the golden-winged rock on his back remained. It was still spreading the aura of a supreme being. Boom! After a long time, Du Xiaofu opened his tightly shut eyes. The golden light in his eyes shot out like two golden thunderbolts. It shot into the hall. A terrifying aura swept out from his body, shaking the entire hall. Initial Martial King realm, feeling the changes in his body, the profound qi in the divine watchtower surged. The phantom of a five-fingered mountain guarded the divine watchtower, absorbing the pure profound qi to nourish it. The mighty aura fluctuated, as if it could pierce through space and kill a king with a raise of its hand. At this moment, Du Xiaofu knew that he had finally broken through to the initial level of the Martial King realm. It could be said that he had stepped into the ranks of the Martial King realm. Walala, the wings on his back flapped. Du Xiaofu peeked with his mind. The golden-winged rock on the ancient stone platform had actually merged with him and landed on his body. It was natural, as if it was born. Du Xiaofu was shocked. The golden-winged rock was not the rock descending to the ninth heaven rune wings that he had condensed. This was the real golden-winged rock. Its power was supreme, and it was incomparably domineering. It was enough to sweep away everything. Could it be? Du Xiaofu guessed that the golden-winged rock's supreme beast energy that he had comprehended came from this pair of golden-winged rock's wings. That was why he was able to obtain this pair of golden-winged rock's wings. From the golden-winged rock's supreme beast energy that he had comprehended, Du Xiaofu could easily feel that the supreme beast energy was incomparably domineering and shocking. However, it was not the entire beast energy. It was only a part of it. The golden-winged rock's supreme beast energy on the golden-winged rock's wings was only a small part of it. Perhaps the complete golden-winged rock's supreme beast energy was in the golden-winged rock's bones or other parts of its body. Initial Martial King Realm, and your aura is comparable to a complete Martial King Realm expert. You obtained the golden-winged rock's supreme beast energy, and obtained the golden-winged rock's supreme beast energy. Good lad, this great opportunity has actually landed on you. The vicissitude and domineering voice resounded, echoing within the hall. At this moment, Du Xiaofu realized that there was a third person in the hall. He immediately looked over and saw an old man in a golden robe, who was over 50 years old. His eyes flickered with golden light, as if he was an overlord, and he was staring at him. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. The old man's aura seemed to be somewhat similar to his own. There was an invisible connection between them. However, the aura was as vast as the sea. The more he felt it, the more vast it was. It was like a black hole that could devour his mind. The old man in the golden robe had a pair of golden eyes. They were sharp and intimidating. When one looked at them, one's mind and soul would collapse. Expert, this is a super expert. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. This old man was definitely the strongest expert that he had seen so far. His aura was too terrifying. Then, Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on a badge on the old man's shoulder. That was the badge of the Ancient Heaven Sect. It proved that this old man was also from the Ancient Heaven Sect. Could it be that ancestor expert? Du Xiaofu immediately thought of a person. Sect Master Sima Taxing had told his master that a Manchu expert had entered the sealed land for the second time and hadn't appeared for dozens of years. Perhaps it was this person. Disciple Du Xiaofu greets the ancestor. After the initial shock, Du Xiaofu immediately bowed. This old man should be the expert from the Ancient Heaven Sect who had entered the sealed land and didn't come out. There shouldn't be anyone else in the sealed land. No need for formalities. Whose disciple are you? The old man in the golden robe smiled and sized up Du Xiaofu. An invisible aura fluctuated, revealing an unconcealable domineering and sharp aura. Disciple's master is Elder Gu Qingyang. Du Xiaofu raised his head and replied to the old man in the golden robe. Gu Qingyang, I didn't expect that little guy to have taken in such a disciple. Hearing this, the old man in the golden robe smiled. Then, he asked Du Xiaofu, Do you know who I am? Disciple doesn't know. But Sect Master and Master asked me to come and find a Manchu ancestor who was trapped in the sealed land. Du Xiaofu replied. Haha, those little guys are really thoughtful. The old man in the golden robe laughed. His golden robe fluttered slightly. He looked at Du Xiaofu and asked in confusion, The seal I placed outside is still there. How did you come in? Even with your current strength, I'm afraid you can't break that seal. Disciple has some special means. After spending some time, I came in. Only then did Du Xiaofu know that the seal that blocked the palace on the mountain peak was actually placed by the old man in the golden robe. I've finally broken through to the Martial King realm. Chapter 682. Looks like you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Being able to obtain the golden wings of the rock is not something ordinary people can do. The aura on your body is no different from that of a real golden-winged rock. Did you obtain the opportunity of a golden-winged rock in the past? The golden-robed elder asked Du Xiaofu. He felt that the aura on Du Xiaofu's body was similar to that of a real golden-winged rock, which made him puzzled. It was extremely difficult for normal people to get the golden rock's wings. He tried twice for more than 100 years, but he still didn't get it. Du Xiaofu nodded. I got something from the golden rock in the past, so I comprehended the golden rock's beast energy and became closer to it. So that's how it is. Everything is fate. Now that the golden rock's wings are in your hands, it means that your fate is not shallow. The old man smiled and looked at Du Xiaofu. He continued, when I was young, I was unruly. I comprehended the golden rock's beast energy and people called me the golden rock. My real name is Sima Yaokong. Your master Gu Qingyang is my martial nephew. You can call me Grandmaster. Greetings, Grandmaster. Du Xiaofu immediately bowed. He didn't expect the old man to be so senior. He was actually twice as senior as his master. He was the Grandmaster of Sima taxing. No need for formalities. The golden rock Sima Yaokong waved his hand and signaled Du Xiaofu to rise. He smiled. You saved my life. I wanted to get the golden rock's wings, but in the end I was trapped. Just in case, I set up a seal outside to prevent people from disturbing me. Also, I knew that it would be difficult for people to get the golden rock's wings. Once they touched it, they would be killed. That was why I stopped the Manchu's disciples from coming in. But I didn't expect you to break through the seal, comprehend the golden-winged rock's ability, obtain the golden-winged rock's wings, and also save me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on for more than a few decades, and would have been destroyed by the golden-winged rock's wings. Du Xiaofu did not say anything after hearing what the Golden Rock King said. He was a little surprised. He did not expect there to be so many things involved. You've already obtained the golden rock wings, and the outermost seal has already disappeared. You should leave now. I'm sure there will be people who are worried about you. I'll be in closed-door seclusion for a period of time. When the time comes, we'll naturally meet again. I hope that at that time, you'll have already advanced another step. However, you have to be careful. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to activate the Great Ping Golden Wings, so as to avoid attracting unexpected disaster. With that, the venerable Golden Rock, Sima Yaokong, shook his sleeve and disappeared from the hall. Du Xiaofu stood there in a daze for a while. The golden wings of the great rock retracted and disappeared into his body, leaving no trace behind. Only a trace of a pair of wings was left on his back. It was like a mark of a living creature. The ark was moving, but no one could see it. Immediately after, his mind sank into his body and carefully felt the changes in his body. Du Xiaofu was even more satisfied. The divine gate was wide, and the meridian spirit was guarding the divine gate. The muscles in his body had also strengthened by a lot. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt that if he fought with Sima Muhan now, perhaps he wouldn't have to struggle as much as last time. The Martial King Realm and the Martial Lord Realm were two completely different levels. The difference was too great. The peak of the Martial Lord Realm and the beginning of the Martial King Realm didn't seem to have much of a difference, but in reality there was a huge gap. Most Martial Lord Realm cultivators would find it difficult to step into the Martial King Realm in their lifetime. That venerable golden rock, Sima Yaokong, is quite powerful. He almost discovered my existence. Zhen Qingchuan's voice came from the small pagoda. He said to Du Xiaofu, "The pressure of the golden-winged great rock in this space has been removed. You have obtained the golden wings of the great rock. Sima Yaokong is right, but you must be careful. Unless you have no other choice, it's better not to use the golden wings of the great rock so as to avoid attracting the jealousy of others and also avoid attracting the attention of the golden-winged great rock clan. If you are targeted by the golden-winged great rock clan, you will be in big trouble. Du Xiaofu nodded. He understood the reason. If the golden-winged Great Rock clan discovered that he had the golden wings of the Great Rock, they would naturally not let it go. And if outsiders knew that he had such a treasure like the golden wings of the Great Rock, it would be enough to cause countless experts to covet and fight for it. At that time, one could imagine the danger and trouble he would face. After tidying up, Du Xiaofu left the main hall. When he left the bottomless abyss and arrived at the main peak of the ancient heaven sect outside, Du Xiaofu saw many elders and protectors on the main peak, as well as the sect master, Sima Taxing, and his master, Elder Gu Qingyang. Whoosh whoosh, as Du Xiaofu rushed out of the bottomless abyss and landed on the mountain peak, many shocked and surprised gazes fell on Du Xiaofu. "Xiaofu, are you all right?" Elder Gu Qingyang immediately rushed up when he saw his beloved disciple. He carefully examined Du Xiaogang and only let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Du Xiaogang was in good condition. "Master, I'm fine," Du Xiaofu said. Looking at the old man in front of him, warmth crept into his heart. "Come, let's talk in the main hall." Sima Taxing nodded to Du Xiaofu. He restrained some fluctuations in his eyes, and then said to the elders and protectors beside him, "Elders and protectors, let's go together. Perhaps everyone wants to know what happened." In the night, everyone entered the main hall. In the main hall, Du Xiaofu roughly explained the situation in the sealed space to everyone. However, Du Xiaofu did not mention a word about the golden wings of the Great Rock. Naturally, he would not mention the elixirs and spiritual swords inside. As for the benefits inside, Du Xiaofu also secretly revealed that it was obtained by the Honorable Golden Rock, Sima Yaokong's Grandmaster. The many elders and protectors did not have any doubts. Many of the elders and protectors were unaware of what had happened in the sealed land. At this time, after hearing Du Xiaofu's words, everyone understood that there was such a sealed space under the main peak. Many elders and protectors were originally wondering why Du Xiaofu did not enter the secret land for closed-door practice with Sima Muhan, Xu Yang, and others for half a year. It turned out that this guy secretly went to the sealed space. "Du Xiaofu, did you break through to the initial martial king realm in the sealed space?" Elder Hu Sankuan asked Du Xiaofu. His gray beard moved slightly, and there were ripples in his eyes. Du Xiaofu, who was in the completion martial marquis realm, was already so terrifying. How powerful would he be when he stepped into the initial martial king realm? Du Xiaofu nodded his head. There was nothing to hide, as he said to Elder Hu Sankuan, "I've received some benefits from the place of the seal, which allowed me to rank up to the martial emperor realm." Phew! Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, many elders and protectors could not help but roll their eyes at Du Xiaofu. Everyone present was a cunning old fox. Naturally, they could tell that Du Xiaofu said it lightly. If he wanted to break through to the martial king realm, it would not be ordinary benefits. What's more, when Du Xiaofu broke through, it caused such a commotion in the outside world. It was as if a god had come to the mortal world. How terrifying was that? This guy must have gotten some amazing benefits, but he was unwilling to say it. Then, they talked about some things in the sealed space. Many elders and protectors left under Sima Taxing's signal. In the end, only Du Xiaofu, Elder Gu Qingyang, and Sima Taxing were left in the main hall. "Xiaofu, is there anything else you haven't said?" Sima Taxing asked Du Xiaofu. He felt that Du Xiaofu seemed to have some reservations in the presence of many elders and protectors. Du Xiaofu smiled and was quite surprised. It seemed that this senior brother was not an ordinary person. Then, he nodded and told Sima Taxing and his master Gu Qingyang about the golden rock wings. There were many elders and protectors in the hall, so it was not good to disclose this matter. The golden rock wings. It turns out that there are real golden rock wings in the sealed space. No wonder, although Sima Taxing was surprised, he was not too surprised. "Xiaofu, before you came out, your grandmaster had already come out and sent a message to me and your master." Elder Gu Qingyang said to Du Xiaofu, This time, you helped your Grandmaster escape from danger. It can be considered a great contribution to the sect. If there's anything you want to reward, just tell your senior brother sect master. I believe your senior brother sect master won't refuse you. This, hearing Elder Gu Qingyang's words, Sima Taxing's face suddenly showed some helplessness. He looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and smiled bitterly. He knew that this martial uncle was fighting for benefits for his disciple. He was really protective of his disciple everywhere. Disciple has opened a world pavilion in the Manchu. Master, please give me half of the profit. Du Xiaofu smiled. He knew that his master was making things easy for him. Naturally, he climbed up the pole. It would be a waste if he did not take the benefit. Just this. Sima Taxing was puzzled. He knew Du Xiaofu's character very well. He originally thought that Du Xiaofu would ask for a lot. Maybe he would ask for a few Dao tools or even more. With Elder Gu Qingyang, who he had to give face to, it would be difficult for him to refuse even if he was the master. However, Sima Taxing didn't expect that Du Xiaofu would only ask for this. A world pavilion was just a small matter. Sima Taxing thought that this kid had been cultivating desperately. He probably didn't have time to make any big moves. The world pavilion didn't sell anything to the outside world. It was just selling to the Manchu disciples. The Manchu didn't take half of the profit. It only took the rent of the shop. The rent might be an astronomical figure for ordinary people. Even ordinary inner sect disciples couldn't afford it. However, compared to the entire ancient heaven sect, it was just a drop in the ocean. Xiaofu, you can think about it again. Elder Gu Qingyang was also puzzled and reminded Du Xiaofu again. Today's update is finished. Tomorrow, I will repay the chapters 10 the brothers from a few days ago. Chapter 683. Elder Gu Qingyang originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity for his disciple to get some benefits from the sect. With his disciple's character, he originally thought that Du Xiaofu would be merciless. When the time came, he would also be able to get a lot of benefits by saying a few words. Who would have thought that this time, Du Xiaofu would actually make such a small request, which made Elder Gu Qingyang very puzzled. Why did his disciple suddenly change his personality? I don't lack anything now. I just have this request. I hope senior brother sect master can agree to it. Du Xiaofu rubbed the back of his head and laughed. He had obtained a lot of benefits from the sealed land. That half-magic treasure and many high-grade spirit herbs were all priceless. Especially the golden rock wings. That was an absolute treasure, so he couldn't ask for anything more. Du Xiaofu wasn't just casually saying that he wanted the Manchu to take less benefits from the World Pavilion. Although the World Pavilion hadn't made a name for itself in the Manchu, Du Xiaofu was still very confident in the future of the World Pavilion. The Ancient Sky Sect was fighting for the entire Ancient Sky Sect's territory in the Middle Continent. Du Xiaofu didn't want to let go of that huge market. It would be a good thing if he could get some benefits in advance. It would be difficult to get them in the future. That's not a problem. How about this? The Manchu will only take 1/5 of your World Pavilion's profits in the future. You can also choose a bigger shop in the outer sect. The rent will be waived. Sima Taxing nodded. There was nothing he couldn't agree to. Compared to a few Dao treasures, this request wasn't worth mentioning. However, Sima Taxing Xing did not know that it would not be long before he would be depressed for the rest of his life. If he had known earlier, he would not have agreed to Du Xiaofu's seemingly trivial request even if he was beaten to death. Who knew that the World Pavilion would become famous in the entire Middle Continent? The elixirs and cultivation resources of the World Pavilion would become something that the entire Middle Continent would fight over. Thank you, Senior Brother Sect Leader. Seeing Sima Taxing nod, Du Xiaofu immediately thanked him. After a while, when Du Xiaofu and Elder Gang Qingyang left the main hall, dawn had already arrived. World Pavilion, it seems a little familiar. Inside the main hall, Sima Taxing stood with his hands behind his back as he watched Du Xiaofu leave. He thought that some time ago, someone seemed to have mentioned the World Pavilion to him, but he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. For the past few months, he had been worried about the situation in the sealed land. He couldn't remember who had mentioned the World Pavilion before, so he left the hall. Early in the morning, the light of dawn gradually spread out. In an instant, the sun rose from the east, and the rosy clouds covered the mountains of the ancient heaven sect. Du Xiaofu did not return to his residence first. Under his master, Elder Gu Qingyang's instructions, he had to cultivate properly. Then, he went to the outer sect's World Pavilion. In the early morning, the streets around the World Pavilion were much quieter and quieter. Many of the shops were still closed. In the World Pavilion, Gu Zhangyu was staring at the large and small shelves with a frown. The dazzling lineup of goods was extremely sparse at this time. There was nothing to sell at all. Sigh, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Gu Zhangyu sighed. The World Pavilion was doing well recently, but the supply of cultivation resources could not meet the demand. If this continued, the World Pavilion's reputation would plummet sooner or later. At that time, it would be much more difficult to restore its reputation. "What are you sighing about?" A voice sounded, and a figure silently appeared beside Gu Zhangyu. When Gu Zhangyu heard this, he immediately turned around and looked at the person behind him. He was wearing a purple robe and had a broad sword wrapped in purple cloth on his back. On his resolute face, his eyes were clear. Who else could it be but Du Xiaofu? "President, you're here." Seeing Du Xiaofu's figure, Gu Zhangyu was extremely excited. "How are the sales of the Profound Essence pills and Berserk pills?" Du Xiaofu asked. He was also looking forward to the Berserk pills and Profound Essence pills that he had refined. He did not know how effective they were since he had not personally tested them yet. The Profound Essence pills and Berserk pills have long been sold out. At the mention of the Profound Essence pills and Berserk pills, Gu Zhangyu's eyes lit up. He told Du Xiaofu about how the Profound Essence pills and Berserk pills had been raised to more than 10 times the fixed price in the ancient heaven sect's black market and how hard it was to get one. Gu Zhangyu also told Du Xiaofu about the World Pavilion situation in detail. It would not be long before the World Pavilion ran out of things to sell. Hearing Gu Zhangyu's words, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. Looking at the sparse shelves in the World Pavilion, his clear eyes moved slightly. A moment later, he said to Gu Zhangyu, "Close the World Pavilion for a month." "Close for a month?" Hearing that, Gu Zhangyu was stunned. He did not understand. If there was nothing to sell, he was afraid of closing the World Pavilion. At that time, it would definitely have a huge impact on the World Pavilion's reputation. "Close the World Pavilion for a month. We'll change to a bigger store." Du Xiaofu smiled. Previously, Senior Brother Sect Master had promised him that he could choose a bigger store, and he did not even need to collect rent. He also told Gu Zhangyu about this. Change to a bigger store, and Manchu won't even need to collect rent. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Gu Zhangyu was stunned. Then, his face was filled with shock, and finally, a smile appeared on his face. "In this month, just renovate the new store. This way, it won't affect the World Pavilion's reputation. At the same time, spread the news that the World Pavilion will be selling the Profound Essence pills and Berserk pills in a month," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. "Okay, I understand." Gu Zhangyu nodded. "Renovate the new store and open for business in a month. In addition to selling the Berserk pills and Profound Essence pills, it would definitely not affect the World Pavilion's reputation. It would also solve the problem of the World Pavilion running out of goods. President, where are we going to look for cultivation resources in a month? We've thought of all the methods we can think of." Gu Zhangyu was still worried. Even after a month, the World Pavilion still wouldn't have any cultivation resources to sell. During this period of time, the World Society disciples had brought all the pills, spiritual equipment, and spiritual herbs that they did not use to the World Pavilion to sell. I'll think of a way. But for the next few days, get all the World Society disciples to go out and look for spiritual herbs. No matter what method you come up with, include all kinds of spiritual herbs from other stores. Buy as much as you can. Du Xiaofu said to Gu Zhangyu. President, buying spiritual herbs will require a large sum of money. The cultivation resources that the World Pavilion sold during this period of time all came from the World Society disciples. After selling them, most of them will go to the World Pavilion disciples. The rest will still need to be operated and paid for, so we don't have much money. Gu Zhangyu looked a little embarrassed. Although he could be considered to be in control of the entire World Pavilion, the truth was that the World Pavilion was embarrassingly short of money. I have some on me. Du Xiaofu was also rather helpless. Purchasing a large amount of spiritual herbs wasn't a small sum. He then said to Gu Zhangyu, also, look for the disciples of the World Society to borrow some spiritual herbs in my name. After a month, return them in full and pay the interest. That's a good idea. I'll give it a try. But many inner sect disciples are in seclusion in the ancient bronze space. The outer sect disciples probably don't have much money on them, Gu Zhangyu said. It should be enough. We don't need too much for now. Du Xiaofu nodded. Although the outer sect disciples' cultivation wasn't as strong as the inner sect disciples, they didn't necessarily have less money on them. One must know that the outer sect disciples all had the same family background. They definitely wouldn't be too shabby. I'll do it immediately. Gu Zhangyu nodded. He then raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. He said, President, the price of the Xianyuan elixir and Berserker elixir has increased by more than 10 times. Should we increase the price of the elixir a month later? Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. After thinking for a while, he smiled and looked at Gu Zhangyu. He said, There's no need for that. But send out a notice. After a month, the Xianyuan elixir and Berserker elixir will be sold in limited quantities. Only the World Pavilion's VIPs will be able to buy them first. VIPs? Gu Zhangyu looked at Du Xiaofu with a slight change in his expression. Then, his eyes flickered as he asked, President, are you saying that you want to develop the VIPs of the World Pavilion? Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled. From today onwards, as long as you become a VIPs of the World Pavilion, you will be able to enjoy the convenience and benefits of the World Pavilion. The more items you buy in the World Pavilion, the higher your VIP rank, and the more discounts and convenience you will enjoy. You will be able to pre-order the Berserker elixir and Xianyuan elixir. The higher your VIP rank, the more you will be able to pre-order the Berserker elixir and Xianyuan elixir. I understand what President means. Gu Zhangyu's face was filled with excitement. He immediately understood what Du Xiaofu meant. This was clearly using the Xianyuan elixir and Berserker elixir to sell the cultivation resources of the World Pavilion. If one wanted to buy the Xianyuan elixir and Berserker elixir, they could only become a VIPs of the World Pavilion. This meant that they could only buy cultivation resources from the World Pavilion in the future. Chapter 684. The more cultivation resources one bought in World Pavilion, the higher the VIP rank, and the higher the chance of purchasing Xianyuan pills and Berserk pills. That way, World Pavilion's business would be booming. After discussing some trivial matters with Gu Zhangyu, Du Xiaofu left World Pavilion. That day, World Pavilion announced that they would be closing for a month and relocating shop. At the same time, they also announced that World Pavilion would be selling Xianyuan pills and Berserk pills again. During this 1 month, they could go to World Pavilion to apply for VIP membership for free. When they sold Berserk pills and Xianyuan pills, they could only satisfy World Pavilion's VIP members first. The higher the VIP rank, the higher the chance of purchasing Berserk pills and Xianyuan pills, and the more they could purchase. Otherwise, there would be a restriction on purchasing Berserk pills and Xianyuan pills. Each person could only purchase one pill in World Pavilion. World Pavilion would also accept spiritual herbs and refining materials. The more spiritual herbs and refining materials sold to World Club, the higher the VIP rank would be. When the news spread, a large number of disciples lined up to sell spiritual herbs and refining materials to World Pavilion. Since the price was the same as selling to others, it didn't matter where they sold. Since they could increase their VIP rank in World Pavilion, they naturally chose to sell to World Pavilion. Once the news spread, the Ancient Heaven sect was in an uproar. Some disciples were unhappy. They felt that World Pavilion was raising the price and kidnapping them to sell. It was very unkind. However, even more disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect flocked to the World Pavilion to become VIP members. Even the disciples who were cursing and swearing also lined up obediently at the side. At the same time, the World Club disciples who weren't cultivating in seclusion started to collect spiritual herbs and refining materials. Before the shops of the various factions could react, they had already collected a large number of spiritual herbs and refining materials. On the third day, although the shops of the various factions didn't know what World Pavilion wanted to do, they had already started to organize themselves and stopped selling spiritual herbs and refining materials to World Pavilion. Because of World Pavilion's VIP member policy, the businesses of the various factions' shops plummeted. Some of the disciples who weren't in a hurry to purchase cultivation resources were waiting for the opening of the World Pavilion. That way, he would be able to raise his VIP membership level so that he could purchase Berserk pills and Black Essence pills. 3 days later, over 10 Cosmos pouches filled to the brim with spiritual herbs, refining materials and other cultivation resources appeared in Du Xiaofu's hands. After that, Du Xiaofu returned to his nest. After setting up the array, he entered the ancient desolate space. Walala, all kinds of spirit herbs, refining materials, and cultivation resources piled up like a mountain were poured out of the Qiankuan bag. Inside the misty space, multicolored lights dazzled, energy fluctuations rippled, and medicinal fragrances filled the air. Luckily, Du Xiaoyao isn't here. Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the mountain of spiritual herbs and refining materials in front of him. If Du Xiaoyao was here, who knew how much would be wasted? Brat, what are you doing with so many spirit herbs and refining materials? Zhen Qingchuan's illusory body appeared in the misty ancient desolate space. Looking at the mountain of spiritual herbs in front of Du Xiaofu, he was also puzzled. With so many spirit herbs, even an ordinary 6-star alchemy talisman master wouldn't be able to refine all of them in a year. Refining elixirs and refining spiritual weapons. I'll refine whatever I can. Du Xiaofu stretched out his hands and shook them, making cracking sounds. What are you refining so many elixirs and spiritual weapons for? Zhen Qingchun asked Du Xiaofu curiously. To refine and sell them. It's also a good way to hone my skills in refining elixirs and refining spiritual weapons. Du Xiaofu told Zhen Qingchun the truth about the World Pavilion. It's good to hone your skills in refining elixirs and refining spiritual weapons. Zhen Qingchun nodded, glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, You want to build your World Pavilion. You have a good starting point and your ambition is big enough. But the most important thing is your own strength. Don't spend too much time on the World Pavilion. The most important thing for you now is to improve your cultivation and strength. Du Xiaofu nodded, and then looked at Zhen Qingchun with a faint smile, and said, Brother Qingchun, you seem to be recovering well now. It shouldn't be a problem for you to refine some low-grade elixirs, right? In your dreams. If others know that I helped you refine a big pot of elixirs and sell them, I won't be able to face anyone in the future. Zhen Qingchun glared at Du Xiaofu and refused without hesitation. Thinking back to when he was famous in the continent, he was so high and mighty. If others knew that he helped this brat refine a big pot of elixirs and sell them, he naturally wouldn't be able to face anyone in the future. In any case, no one will know, and I won't tell others. Du Xiaofu said with a grin, and without saying anything more, started to arrange all kinds of spiritual medicines and refining materials. Boom! Finally, Du Xiaofu made hand signs, and spiritual stoves and symbol cauldrons of 5 different attributes condensed, starting to refine spiritual medicines. Humph! Zhen Qingchun snorted, shooting a glance at Du Xiaofu, and said, "With your current cultivation as a medicine symbol master, you should be able to refine ordinary pills in large quantities. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it would take you several years to refine them. Learn from them." Boom! Saying that, Zhen Qingchuan's hand signs condensed, and the spiritual stoves and symbol cauldrons in front of him condensed. Ripples of aura whizzed out, and an incorporeal fluctuation of energy wrapped around a lot of spiritual medicines, which were thrown into the cauldrons. Du Xiaofu had a smiling expression and copied Zhen Qingchuan's actions, wrapping a large amount of spiritual medicines with energy and throwing them into the cauldrons. Flames surged out, starting to refine the spiritual medicines. Walala, in the misty space, the temperature of the space rose sharply, and the energy of spiritual medicines whizzed out. This time, Du Xiaofu planned to enter seclusion for close to a month. In the desolate ancient space, this was close to 10 months of time, and he would be able to properly refine pills and enhance his attainments in refining tools. The most important thing was that the World Pavilion needed a large amount of spiritual medicines and cultivation resources. Du Xiaofu knew that he could only rely on himself to prepare for this. Although the World Pavilion currently had a few spirit symbol masters, they were all outer sect disciples, and their cultivation was limited. In a month's time, they wouldn't be able to refine too many pills. As for the desolate ancient space, it was a matter of great importance, and Du Xiaofu didn't plan to tell others about it. This time, after breaking through to the Martial King realm, Du Xiaofu also planned to make some breakthroughs in the Spirit Symbol Master realm. He also didn't want to give up on refining pills and refining tools. Time passed slowly. As the news of the World Pavilion's restoration pill and Berserk pill spread out in a month's time, many Manchu disciples were looking forward to it. However, this also caused many factions to be extremely dissatisfied, especially when the World Pavilion set up the VIP membership rule this time. It caused many faction leaders to meet frequently, as if they were secretly preparing to take action against the World Pavilion. During this time, the new World Pavilion also began to appear on the bustling street. However, it was still closed, and the interior was undergoing intense renovations and decorations. However, one could tell that the location was extremely good, and the area was also very large, comparable to the shops of the largest factions. A month didn't take long, and the time for the World Pavilion to reopen was getting closer and closer. The date of the Restoration Pill and Berserk Pills sale was getting closer and closer. In the entire Ancient Heaven sect, many disciples were already rubbing their hands, eager to buy a few pills. It was said that the World Pavilion's Restoration Pill and Berserk Pill wouldn't increase in price this time. If one could buy a few pills and resell them, it would be enough to make a huge profit. However, the World Pavilion's rule was that the average buyer could only buy one pill at a time. This caused many disciples who wanted to take advantage of the situation to have a headache. In the misty space, close to a month's time outside was close to 10 months inside the ancient desolate space. In the past 10 months, Du Xiaofu had been inside the ancient desolate space and hadn't come out. In the past 10 months, Du Xiaofu had been refining all kinds of pills, spiritual tools, and talisman weapons. When he was tired, he would adjust his breathing. After recovering, he would immediately refine pills. It could be said that in the past 10 months, Du Xiaofu's alchemy skills had improved by leaps and bounds. No amount of improvement could be as fast as practice. This saying wasn't false at all. Under Zhen Qingchuan's dumbfounded gaze, Du Xiaofu had been able to refine large batches of noble-grade pills in the past few months. There were many varieties and dazzling lineup. Moreover, the quality of the pills was extremely high. Refining pills in large cauldrons was especially strict on one's soul power. The stronger the spiritual power, the more pills could be refined. When Du Xiaofu was able to refine more than 30 middle-grade Nirvana realm pills in one go, Zhen Qingchun had already stopped talking. Under the refining of Zhen Qingchun and Du Xiaofu, the mountainous pile of spiritual herbs was completed in less than 5 months. In the process, Zhen Qingchun also tried his best to guide Du Xiaofu in refining pills. However, in the end, Zhen Qingchun realized that he couldn't guide him anymore. That kid had already learned most of his skills as a talisman master. The only thing left was the depth of his skills. Chapter 685. All the spiritual medicine, including the large amount of high-grade spiritual medicine from the sealed land, had been refined. Du Xiaofu used the remaining time to refine spiritual weapons and talisman weapons. Zhen Qingchun could not help him much in terms of being a talisman master. Du Xiaofu could only understand the secret weapon manual left behind by his master, the honored weapon master, and start refining. With his previous experience, Du Xiaofu was able to refine talisman weapons smoothly. In the end, he was able to successfully refine talisman weapons. Rumble, during this period of time, the energy in the ancient barren space fluctuated continuously. Elixirs, talisman weapons, and talisman weapons were successfully refined by Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu used the secret weapon manual left behind by his master, the honored weapon master, to refine talisman weapons and talisman weapons. In terms of materials and refining techniques, there were many differences compared to normal talisman masters. Especially for talisman weapons and talisman weapons, Du Xiaofu infused beast energy into them and increased their power by a lot. In the end, Du Xiaofu also studied the body armor, shields, and other kinds of unorthodox spiritual tools. He made a lot of experimental products, but the results were not bad. All-rounder. This guy is an all-rounder. How can there be such a monster in this world? Zhen Qingchun exclaimed. He glanced at Du Xiaofu, who was surrounded by a white divine light. He could only sigh. Not only was he abnormal in martial arts, he was also proficient in elixirs, weapon refinement, and even his attainments in talisman arrays had long surpassed his peers. This kind of person was called an all-rounder. He was also proficient in all kinds of technique. Such a terrifying person could only be called a monster. If this spread out, many people would be shocked. In the misty space, the surrounding space fluctuated. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged. The white divine light around him was dazzling. Waves of ancient aura spread out, causing people's hearts to ripple. This guy, is he going to break through again? Sensing the aura fluctuations around Du Xiaofu's body, Zhen Qingchun's eyes flickered as he muttered softly, "Looks like you've gained a lot of benefits in these 10 months. In the space, Du Xiaofu's spiritual energy spread out. The white light was dazzling. Under the help of the mysterious weapon manual, his aura kept rising. Rumble, after an unknown period of time, Du Xiaofu's Naiwan Palace suddenly emitted a strong wave of energy, and a dazzling white light spread out. An ancient aura fluctuation suddenly spread out from within his body like a storm. Whoosh, his aura continued to rise. Suddenly, he broke through an invisible barrier and stepped into a new height. The spirit's spiritual soul, spirit's mind. The spirit's mind. Spirits in spirit. Spirit of mind. He has reached the level of a 6-star mysterious weapon master. What a powerful spiritual soul spirit. This guy is a monster. Zhen Qingchun was shocked. Feeling the spiritual soul spirit in Du Xiaofu's body, he stared in shock. The spiritual soul spirit was many times more powerful than that of an ordinary 6-star mysterious weapon master. Moreover, the ancient and domineering aura made it impossible for an ordinary person's spirit to resist. After a long time, everything calmed down. Du Xiaofu's eyelashes moved slightly. Then, he opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was dazzling. It didn't disperse for a long time. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Finally, 6-star mysterious weapon master. Du Xiaofu murmured. He could clearly feel that the spiritual soul spirit's mind palace was many times more powerful than before. He had finally reached the level of a 6-star mysterious weapon master. Du Xiaofu wasn't surprised by the breakthrough this time. It had been a long time since he had broken through to the 6-star mysterious weapon master. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't broken through to the martial king realm, he would have broken through to the talisman Dao long ago. This time, when he was in seclusion to refine elixirs and forge weapons, his spiritual soul spirit had been exhausted and recovered more than 10 times. This was also the opportunity for this breakthrough. He had also stepped into the 6-star mysterious weapon master. Feeling the surging spiritual soul energy in the Naiwan Palace in his mind, Du Xiaofu had a feeling that if he were to activate the mysterious soul pupil now, the power would definitely reach an extremely powerful level. It would be enough to cause an ordinary martial king of the Nirvana realm to fall into it if they were careless. 6-star mysterious weapon master. The breakthrough isn't slow. What do you plan to do next? Zhen Qingquan's primordial spirit's body stepped forward and looked at Du Xiaofu. He sized him up. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that there was such a monster in this world. Crack! He stood up and stretched his body. His bones and joints crackled as he felt the carefree feeling that came from the breakthrough in his body. Together with a mouthful of turbid air that followed along his throat, there was an indescribable carefree feeling all over his body. He then said to Zhen Qingquan, "It should be about time. Let's go and sell the elixirs and weapons first." Zhen Qingquan glanced at Du Xiaofu and said to Du Xiaofu, "Don't reveal the elixir recipes of the Xianyuan elixir and Berserk elixir. It took me a lot of effort to get them. When there's time, I'll tell you a few special elixir recipes." "Don't worry." A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. The elixir recipes of the Xianyuan elixir and Berserk elixir were extraordinary. Naturally, he couldn't reveal them so easily. Seeing Du Xiaofu's smile, Zhen Qingquan glanced at Du Xiaofu and said with disdain, "The ancient sky sect has quite a few extraordinary methods. If you have time, you should go in and take a look. The ancient sky sect has quite a few trump cards. Don't miss it." Du Xiaofu nodded. After packing up, he left the ancient desolate space. It was noon outside. After Du Xiaofu left his nest, he went directly to the New World Pavilion in the outer sect. He was filled with anticipation for the New World Pavilion. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the New World Pavilion, Gu Zhongyu didn't disappoint him. The New World Pavilion's decorations were extremely grand. The area wasn't small, and it had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was the main hall, the second floor sold high-grade elixirs and talisman weapons, and the third floor was the VIP room. On the third floor, Gu Zhongyu said to Du Xiaofu, "President, the decorations cost quite a bit of money, but the effect is pretty good." "It's pretty good. Thank you for your hard work." Du Xiaofu patted Gu Zhongyu's shoulder. It had indeed been hard on Gu Zhongyu recently. "It's not hard at all. Thank you, President, for your high regard." Gu Zhongyu smiled. Although it was hard, he was extremely satisfied. This was the President's high regard for him. Everything was handed to him. Now, in the entire Manchu, he could be considered a person with a little face. "Sect Master, there are 2 more days before our World Pavilion opens again. I wonder if the President has already prepared the cultivation resources?" Gu Zhongyu asked Du Xiaofu. This was the question he was most worried about for the past month. "It's all prepared. Although it's not much, it's enough to support us for a period of time." Du Xiaofu handed over several Qianquan pouches that he had already prepared to Gu Zhongyu and said, "Next, think of a way to find more talisman masters to join us." Gu Zhongyu received the Qianquan pouches with a joyful expression. He felt that there should be a lot of cultivation resources in the Qianquan pouches. At the same time, he said to Du Xiaofu in a serious tone, there aren't many talisman masters in the Manchu to begin with, especially the talisman masters and talisman masters. The stronger ones have already been roped in by the major powers. It won't be easy to get them to join us. I'll think of a way. Du Xiaofu also knew how difficult it would be. There weren't many talisman masters in the ancient heavens sect to begin with, and they had already been roped in by the major powers. Naturally, it wouldn't be easy to get them to join the World Society. However, the World Pavilion couldn't possibly rely on themselves to refine pills and spiritual artifacts. Although there were a few talisman masters and talisman masters in the World Society, their cultivation levels weren't high enough to support the World Pavilion's needs. Moreover, the most important thing for every talisman master and talisman master was their own cultivation. They couldn't possibly refine pills for the World Pavilion all the time. This made Du Xiaofu rather concerned about this matter. If he roped in a talisman master, the World Pavilion would still be in danger and wouldn't be able to truly grow. President, recently, there have been some disciples looking for me, hoping to purchase profound essence pills and berserk pills in advance. However, I'm worried that there won't be enough profound essence pills and berserk pills to deal with the queue outside, so I didn't dare to agree first, Gu Zhongyu said to Du Xiaofu. No problem. There are a total of 200 berserk pills and 200 profound essence pills in the Qiankuan pouches. Take out 100 profound essence pills and berserk pills, each to satisfy the disciples in the society first. Just sell them at half price. Du Xiaofu nodded. 200 profound essence pills and berserk pills. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Gu Zhongyu was stunned. He knew that Du Xiaofu must have been refining berserk pills and profound essence pills in the past month. However, Gu Zhongyu didn't expect Du Xiaofu to refine so many pills in a month. 200 berserker pills and profound essence pills. What a terrifying number this was. Gu Zhongyu naturally didn't know that Du Xiaofu had been in the ancient desolate space for 10 months. Most importantly, there were experts like Zhen Qingchun helping to refine the pills. Although Zhen Qingchun was refining pills in the form of a primordial spirit, it was still easy for him to refine them in large batches. Chapter 686. Also, there are 20 king-grade berserker pills and 20 king-grade Xianyuan pills in my Qiankuan bag. I can raise the price a little. Du Xiaofu smiled. He had obtained quite a number of high-grade elixirs from the sealed land. These king-grade Xianyuan pills and berserker pills were among them. There are still king-grade elixirs. Gu Zhongyu was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. For inner sect disciples, the effect of the marquis-grade berserker pill and profound yuan pill was not that great. However, the king-grade berserker pill and profound yuan pill were different and would undoubtedly be more popular. After that, Du Xiaofu carefully explained to Gu Zhongyu the various elixirs, totem weapons, practitioner weapons, armors, shields, and other items that he had refined in his Qiankuan bag before leaving. Gu Zhongyu was left on the 3rd floor. He was stunned for a long time. When Du Xiaofu returned to Tianmu Peak, it was already dusk. He planned to visit his master, Elder Gu Qingyang. When he arrived at Tianmu Peak, Du Xiaofu learned from Yu Wanli that his master, Elder Gu Qingyang, had gone on a long journey. It seemed that he had something to do in the Manchu. Du Xiaofu bade farewell to Yu Wanli and went straight to the ancient bronze space. Du Xiaofu had just inquired about the location of the ancient bronze space from his 3rd senior brother, Yu Wanli. The ancient sky sect had 3 special spaces. They were the ancient gold space, the ancient silver space, and the ancient bronze space. These 3 spaces corresponded to the 3 years of ancient sky sect disciples. It was said that in each space, there were all kinds of martial skills, talisman arrays, beast energy, secret techniques, etc. However, the levels were different. The martial skills, talisman arrays, beast energy, secret techniques, etc. in the ancient silver space were better than the ancient bronze space but not as good as the ancient gold space. In order to enter these three spaces, one had to use the gold energy talisman, silver energy talisman, and bronze energy talisman. Otherwise, one would be pushed out. Of course, no matter which year a disciple was from, as long as they had the corresponding energy talisman, they could enter the different spaces. However, if one was not strong enough, they would not be able to comprehend anything even if they entered the higher spaces. It would just be a waste of energy talismans. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the entrance of the ancient bronze space, a deacon who recognized Du Xiaofu smiled and asked Du Xiaofu if he was going to enter the ancient bronze space. Entering the ancient bronze space required copper energy talismans, which would be directly deducted from the badge. One copper energy talisman could only last for 10 days. Du Xiaofu nodded, and he was not worried about the talisman. Previously, Du Xiaofu had obtained a large number of copper energy talismans from plundering the previous bronze rankings. He had placed more than half of them on sale at the World Pavilion, and there were still quite a number left on him. After understanding some of the rules and precautions of the energy copper talisman, Du Xiaofu entered the ancient bronze space under the watchful eyes of the deacon. The so-called ancient bronze space was a space that was sealed by itself. To Du Xiaofu, who was an all-round talisman master, it was not difficult for him to understand the mysteries. However, he knew that he was far from being able to do so with his current cultivation. The ancient bronze space was different from what Du Xiaofu had imagined, but it was to be expected. Overall, the ancient bronze space was a vast space. There were insights, cultivation experiences, and all kinds of cultivation explanations left behind by the ancient heaven sex ancestors. In the ancient bronze space, all kinds of martial techniques and talisman arrays were displayed on huge jade tablets for all disciples to comprehend. Along the way, Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures in the ancient bronze space. Some of the inner sect disciples were comprehending martial techniques, some were comprehending beast energy, and some were immersed in the insights of their ancestors. They did not pay attention to others and were immersed in their own world, trying their best to comprehend and cultivate. Du Xiaofu was not very interested in the various beast energy, martial techniques, and talisman arrays in the ancient bronze space. The various beast energy, talisman arrays, and martial techniques in the ancient desolate space were enough for Du Xiaofu to comprehend. Du Xiaofu knew that he should not bite off more than he could chew. It was enough for him to choose something suitable for himself. Cultivating the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock and comprehending the beast energy of the golden-winged rock was enough to surpass all other beasts. The other beast energy could only be used as support for Du Xiaofu. In terms of talisman arrays, Du Xiaofu felt that he had never seen anyone stronger than his big brother, Zhen Qingchun. As for weapon talisman master, with the sacred body art and secret weapon art left by his master, the revered weapon, it was enough for him. Therefore, in the ancient bronze space, what attracted Du Xiaofu the most were the insights and cultivation insights left behind by the ancient sky sex ancestors. On the path of cultivation, strengthening the body, extending one's lifespan, and seizing energy are all in defiance of the heavens. The heavens and earth are not benevolent and treat all living things as straw dogs. Supremes are not benevolent and treat all living things as straw dogs. Those who obey the heavens may not exist, but those who defy the heavens should be laughed at. In front of a huge stone wall, Du Xiaofu seriously muttered to himself. This was the cultivation insight left behind by an ancient sky sex ancestor. The preface at the beginning attracted Du Xiaofu's attention. Ignoring the strength of this Manchu ancestor, the words at the beginning resonated with Du Xiaofu. On the path of cultivation, the strong were respected and went against the heavens. The weak lived a mediocre life, while the strong looked down on all living things. Everything had to be fought for by oneself. After Du Xiaofu entered the ancient bronze space, the ancient sky sex outer sect was in an uproar. The World Pavilion opened for business the day before, but the Xianyuan elixir and Berserk elixir were only sold on the second day. It was said that the King Grade Berserk elixir and Xianyuan elixir were on sale, which made the inner sect disciples very excited. In order to be able to buy the Xianyuan elixir and Berserk elixir on the second day, a large number of disciples rushed into the World Pavilion to buy cultivation resources. The World Pavilion was overcrowded, and a large number of World Society disciples had no choice but to come and help. At the same time, Gu Zhangyu also introduced the main spiritual weapons and practitioner weapons of the World Pavilion. Spiritual weapons and practitioner weapons that were infused with various beasts' energy were definitely not comparable to ordinary spiritual weapons and practitioner weapons of the same level. Of course, the prices were also extremely high. Previously, when Gu Zhangyu introduced the Xianyuan elixir and Berserk elixir, many disciples missed it and regretted it. Therefore, this time, under Gu Zhangyu's introduction, over 20 spiritual weapons and a few practitioner weapons were sold out in a day. Even those unorthodox talisman weapons, spirit weapons, shields, and body armors were all sold out within a day. There were also various elixirs and cultivation resources that were sold out like hotcake. Even some martial skills, talisman array cultivation methods, and so on were sold out by some people who wanted to reach the level of VIP members. Du Xiaofu, who was in the ancient bronze space, did not expect that in just one day, the elixirs that he had prepared for 10 months had almost all been sold. The spiritual weapons, talisman weapons, and other items had all been sold out. As for World Pavilion's daily sales, the surrounding shops could only look on with envy and jealousy. The supply was far from meeting the demand. According to the calculations of those who wanted to become VIP members, the World Pavilion was able to attract close to 10,000 members with the Xianyuan elixir and Berserk elixir. Most of the members came late, so the World Pavilion had nothing to sell and could only return empty-handed. That night, when the sales volume was calculated, it was rumored that Gu Zhangyu of the World Pavilion laughed the entire night. The next morning, when the World Pavilion opened its doors, there was already a sea of people on the street. They were all here for the Xianyuan elixir and Berserk elixir. 100 Marquis Grade Berserk elixir and Xianyuan elixir, as well as 20 King Grade Xianyuan elixir and Xianyuan elixir, were sold out in less than 2 hours. Originally, there were some disciples who complained that the World Pavilion required VIP members to purchase the Xianyuan elixir and Berserk elixir. But now, they saw that the World Pavilion was still selling the Xianyuan elixir and Berserk elixir at the original price, and did not increase the price at all. Such a good price instantly made many disciples have a good impression of the World Pavilion, and the World Pavilion's reputation soared. In 2 hours, the Berserk elixir and Xianyuan elixir were sold out. Only those with the highest VIP members could purchase the elixir in advance. The rest could only wait for the World Pavilion's notice to purchase the elixir according to their VIP rank. Although those who did not purchase the Xianyuan elixir and Berserk elixir were unhappy, they did not dare to cause trouble outside the World Pavilion. Everyone knew that the World Pavilion was backed by Martial Uncle Du. If they offended the terrifying Martial Uncle Du, they would not be able to hold a high position in the Manchu. With Martial Uncle Du's strength, not many people could afford to offend him. In the World Pavilion, the cultivation resources that Du Xiaofu had prepared for 10 months, in addition to some of the original stock, were all sold out under the influence of the Xianyuan pills and Berserk pills. There was truly nothing left to sell. In the end, Gu Zhangyu had no choice but to announce that the shop owner was too tired and would rest for a few days before reopening. In the next few days, things were not over yet. Some disciples received news that as a member of the World Club, not only could they purchase the Xianyuan elixir and Berserk elixir in advance, they could even purchase the elixir at half price. With such benefits, many disciples immediately came to join the World Club. This made the World Club disciples walk with their heads held high, as if they were superior to others. As for those disciples who were introduced to the World Club by Gu Zhangyu, they realized that the World Club's spiritual weapons and talisman weapons were indeed extraordinary. They were all infused with beast souls, and their power was greatly increased. It was not something that spiritual weapons and talisman weapons of the same level could compare to. This immediately made the World Pavilion's products famous. The disciples who received the news immediately surrounded the World Pavilion and announced that they would purchase the products, even if it was at a high price. However, the World Pavilion's doors were closed. The shop owner was too tired and would rest for a few days before reopening. I wanted to update 5 times today, but I only completed 4. Xiao Yu, continue to work hard tomorrow. Today's update is over. Brothers, rest early. Chapter 687. President, did you go into seclusion again? Within the World Pavilion, Gu Zhangyu had a bitter look on his face. The newly reopened World Pavilion actually had nothing to sell in just 2 days. Isn't that Martial Uncle Du? Why is he standing in front of the stone wall? It's said that there's a profound martial art recorded on the stone wall, but no one has been able to comprehend it. It must be a rumor. If there's really a profound martial art on the stone wall, the Manchu wouldn't have left it in the ancient bronze space. Don't disturb Martial Uncle Du, he's not someone to be trifled with. In the ancient bronze space, some of the Manchu disciples noticed Du Xiaofu standing on the stone wall. They saw Du Xiaofu standing alone in front of a stone wall in a daze. Everyone was discussing and whispering, but no one dared to disturb him. Many of the disciples in the ancient heaven sect knew about the stone wall. It was said that there were profound martial arts recorded on the stone wall, but no one had been able to comprehend it. Over the years, many talented people in the ancient heaven sect had tried to comprehend the stone wall. However, no one had been able to find any clues from the stone wall. In the end, they could only return empty-handed. Du Xiaofu stood in front of the stone wall and stared at the words on the stone wall for a long time. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. The sovereign is heartless, treating all living things as straw dogs. Those who obey the heavens may not survive, those who defy the heavens should laugh. Du Xiaofu muttered seriously. The strange thing was that other than the words on the stone wall, there were some cultivation experiences left behind by the ancestor. However, there weren't any martial arts or mental cultivation method. There was only a preface and some simple cultivation experiences carved on the stone wall. Those cultivation experiences were very strange. They were all very simple cultivation experiences, and there was nothing special about them. Ordinary disciples wouldn't pay much attention to them. How could an ancestor who could comprehend so many things only leave behind such simple cultivation experiences? Du Xiaofu stood quietly in front of the stone wall. He couldn't believe it. For an ancestor to have such a deep understanding of cultivation, his understanding of cultivation would definitely not be so simple. He carefully looked at the preface and cultivation experiences on the stone wall again, but he still didn't discover anything. Du Xiaofu carefully looked at the cultivation experiences on the stone wall for the 3rd time, but he still didn't discover anything. Is there really nothing special about it? Du Xiaofu frowned and stared at the stone wall in a daze. He still couldn't believe it. In Du Xiaofu's opinion, the cultivation experience of an ancestor who had that kind of understanding would definitely not be as simple as what everyone else knew. There must be something hidden there. Du Xiaofu believed in his intuition and firmly believed that the insights on the stone wall were extremely abnormal. Du Xiaofu's stubborn temper flared up. Just like when he was in the Stone City, he began to ponder over the cultivation experiences on the stone wall, observing it over and over again. It's been a few days, where is Master Du? Master Du isn't possessed, is he? There's nothing special on the stone wall. Chi La La. On the 9th day, under Du Xiaofu's observation, the characters on the stone wall suddenly began to fluctuate faintly. Then the characters seemed to be alive. Under Du Xiaofu's careful pondering, they began to fluctuate slowly, as if forming a vortex on the stone wall, releasing a faint light. There's a reaction. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He stared at the character vortex, as if it was summoning something to him. After a little hesitation, Du Xiaofu stepped forward and stretched out his hand slightly. A faint golden qi gushed out of his palm and directly touched the character vortex. Qi. At this moment, something strange happened. Du Xiaofu felt that the profound qi in his palm was actually being devoured by the character vortex. In that instant, Du Xiaofu could not help it. The endless profound qi in his body began to be devoured by the character vortex on the stone wall. Caught off guard by this situation, Du Xiaofu retreated in shock. But Du Xiaofu realized that he could not help it and could not avoid it. However, it was only for a short moment, and the stone wall emitted a cracking sound. Ka, the sound of cracking came from the stone wall. If not for Du Xiaofu's sharp soul force and being so close, it would have been difficult to notice. Could it be that profound qi is needed to open this stone wall? The faint cracking sound on the stone wall gave Du Xiaofu a glimmer of hope. His shock turned into surprise, and he began to allow the profound qi in his body to continuously pour into the character vortex. Walala, as a result, the profound qi in Du Xiaofu's body poured out like a flood, continuously pouring into the vortex on the stone wall. As the profound qi in Du Xiaofu's body poured in, the character vortex on the stone wall released a dazzling light, as if something was about to erupt. The dazzling light began to spread out, and an extremely domineering aura descended. There's a change in the stone wall. Did Marshal Uncle Du obtain something? Oh my God, which stone wall changed? What a domineering aura! This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples in the ancient bronze space. Many of the disciples who were cultivating were awakened and looked over, but they did not dare to approach. Walala! A dazzling light accompanied by a domineering aura swept down. On the stone wall, a dazzling light began to crack, and then covered the entire stone wall. The dazzling light burst out, becoming more and more dazzling, causing people's eyes to hurt. In the end, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to close his eyes. Walala! Just as Du Xiaofu closed his eyes, a dazzling light burst out from the stone wall. The character vortex left the stone wall and shot out, directly enveloping Du Xiaofu's body. The dazzling character vortex enveloped Du Xiaofu, appearing extremely strange. Then, it directly swept into Du Xiaofu's forehead, entering Du Xiaofu's mind without any obstruction. When the characters entered his mind, Du Xiaofu could not help but let out a miserable cry. It was as if something was about to explode in his mind, and a huge thing was forcefully poured in. At the same time, an extremely domineering and sharp voice resounded in Du Xiaofu's mind. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, treating all things as straw dogs. Sovereigns are not benevolent, treating the common people as straw dogs. Following the heavens may not exist, defying the heavens should be laughed at. On the path of cultivation, going against the heavens is impossible without great perseverance and perseverance. The Tao of heaven and earth uses yin and yang to create all things. Heaven and earth, the sun and moon, thunder and lightning, wind and rain, male and female, hard and soft, movement and stillness. All things are divided into yin and yang. The principles of life use yin and yang to nourish the bones, meridians, bones, flesh, abdomen, back, 5 internal organs, 6 bowels, and even 7 damages and 8 benefits. Within the body, there is no one that does not conform to the principles of yin and yang. Man and heaven and earth are related, corresponding to the sun and moon. The essence of one body is connected to heaven and earth, and should be applied to all things. Tai Chi refers to the origin of Yuan Qi before heaven and earth were separated. Tai Chi gives birth to yin and yang give birth to the 4 divisions. The 4 divisions gather in the black and yellow, stabilizing the 8 directions and suppressing the common people. The fact that you can enter the divine seal that I have left behind is enough to prove that you are a person with great perseverance, and the cultivation method you practice is also tyrannical. That is why you have the fate to enter my divine seal. I have left behind the first seal of the black and yellow 4 divisions seal, the Shaoyang seal. Those who are fated will be able to obtain my true teachings. The tyrannical voice disappeared from Du Xiaofu's mind, and then the pain in Du Xiaofu's mind also disappeared. But at this time, in Du Xiaofu's mind, there was a dazzling symbol, which was a cultivation method of martial arts. Black and yellow 4 divisions seal. The first seal is Shaoyang, the second seal is Shaoyin, the third seal is Taiyin, and the fourth seal is Taiyang. The 4 seals are connected to form the black and yellow emperor's seal, which is enough to suppress the common people and move mountains and seas. What a tyrannical martial art! Looking at this, Du Xiaofu's mind trembled. The tyrannical power of the black and yellow 4 divisions seal seemed to be on par with the tyrannical power of the golden-winged roc and the mysterious move. Compared to the martial arts that Du Xiaofu had seen over the years, other than his own mysterious move and the golden-winged roc's cultivation method, this was undoubtedly the most tyrannical and extraordinary martial art that Du Xiaofu had seen over the years. However, when he was in Tianwu Academy, Du Xiaofu felt that the cultivation method that Qi Yeshi practiced was also very strong, and was not inferior to the mysterious move and the golden-winged roc's cultivation method. Then, Du Xiaofu comprehended the information in the symbol, which was the cultivation method of the first seal of the black and yellow 4 divisions seal, the Shaoyang seal. Du Xiaofu knew that cultivating the Shaoyang seal was not easy. If one did not cultivate a tyrannical cultivation method, one could not cultivate this martial art. Otherwise, one would suffer from qi deviation. The black and yellow 4 divisions seal was also very difficult to cultivate. It was not an ordinary martial art, but a martial art that contained the profound meaning of heaven and earth, as well as the mysteries of yin and yang. Du Xiaofu frowned. He did not expect the Shaoyang seal to be so difficult to cultivate. If he wanted to successfully cultivate the black and yellow 4 divisions seal, he did not know how difficult it would be. This kind of martial arts, compared to ordinary martial arts, was completely unique. It was also extremely different from the mysterious move. However, for Du Xiaofu, there was no reason not to cultivate such a tyrannical martial art. Chapter 688. However, he didn't have much time to cultivate. Everything on the dazzling stone wall began to calm down as all the gazes in the surroundings landed on Du Xiaofu. I wonder what benefits Martial Uncle Du received. I wonder what kind of terrifying martial technique is hidden in the stone wall. Maybe it's a cultivation technique. Martial Uncle Du is so lucky. What's inside must be extraordinary. It would be great if I could get my hands on it. The surrounding disciples were envious. They guessed that Du Xiaofu must have received some great benefit. The commotion just now was extraordinary. Everything calmed down and the stone wall returned to normal. However, at this time, cracks had already appeared on the huge stone wall, and it had become an ordinary stone tablet that couldn't be any more ordinary. Du Xiaofu smiled and stood with his hands behind his back. Now that he had obtained the cultivation method of the Xianwang 4 images seal, he could find some time to comprehend it. After so many days, he also needed to check out the situation in the World Pavilion. After leaving the ancient bronze space, Du Xiaofu didn't go to Tianmu Peak. Instead, he went to the World Pavilion. When he reached the Outer Sex World Pavilion, Du Xiaofu paused for a moment. Looking ahead, there was a sea of people outside the World Pavilion. They were so crowded that not even a drop of water could pass through. Loud noises could be heard from afar. Frowning, Du Xiaofu disappeared from the spot. Outside the World Pavilion, amidst the crowd of spectators, there were 2 groups of several hundred people facing each other. The World Society members near the World Pavilion were led by Gu Zhongyu and a few others. There were hundreds of them gathered together. Many of the World Society members had bruises all over their faces. Even the people at the front had injuries on their bodies. Their faces were filled with anger. However, at this moment, facing a group of no less than 300 people, especially those extremely powerful auras at the front, the World Society's disciples had no choice but to endure silently. Gu Zhongyu had blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the 300 Manchu disciples in front of him with anger. These 300-plus disciples all seemed to have come prepared. Their faces were arrogant and their expressions were filled with provocation. Among the 300 people, there was a young man in a blue robe at the front. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He was quite handsome and arrogant. There were many young men clustered around him. Beside the blue-robed youth, there was a woman in her 20s. She wore a long dress and had an extraordinary temperament. She was beautiful and fair, with a pair of bright and slender eyes. She had a classical Oriental beauty. The woman's figure was curvaceous, attracting the gazes of many people present. They secretly swept their gazes over her exquisite and curvaceous figure. "Senior Brotherin, don't go too far." Gu Zhongyu stared at the leading blue-robed youth. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with anger, but he knew that he was no match for the blue-robed youth. He could only endure. The blue-robed youth looked at Gu Zhongyu with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He looked at Gu Zhongyu with disdain. He did not hide the contempt in his eyes as he said, "Brat, your World Pavilion sold fake medicine and caused my 4C's sect to suffer heavy injuries. They almost lost their lives. If you don't give us an explanation today, I'm afraid our 4C's sect will not let this matter rest." Bullshit. Our World Pavilion's Xianyuan elixir and Berserk elixir have no problems at all. So many people have taken them and there's no problem. Why are you the only ones who have taken them? You're obviously jealous of our World Pavilion and want to take this opportunity to make things difficult for us. A young man beside Gu Zhongyu was enraged. He was also an inner sect disciple this time, and had followed Master Du in his adventures. He had beaten up and besieged the experts who were ranked on the bronze board. Therefore, he was less afraid of the blue-robed young man. You're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I said that there's a problem with your Xianyuan elixir and Berserk elixir. You must give our 4C's sect an explanation today. Otherwise, we'll raze your World Pavilion to the ground. The blue-robed youth was still sneering as he looked at the hundreds of people at the entrance of the World Pavilion. Not a single one of them was a martial king. He did not take them seriously at all. The beautiful woman beside him had a smile on her face as a cold sneer flashed across her eyes. Why don't we just raze them to the ground? A small World Pavilion dares to sell fake elixirs. They can't be left alive. Teach these brats who don't know their limits a good lesson. In the 4C's sect's formation, more than 300 disciples rubbed their fists and were eager to give it a try. They were constantly mocking and provoking them. They did not take Gu Zhongyu and the other World Society disciples seriously at all. The 4C's sect is too powerful. Martial Uncle Du is not here. The World Society can't be compared to the 4C's sect. I heard that it's not just the 4C's sect. There are a few other big forces that have been secretly preparing to deal with the World Society. I guess the World Pavilion has been snatching too much business recently. The World Pavilion is going to be unlucky today. The surrounding spectators whispered. They did not dare to speak loudly and did not dare to stand out. With the 4C's sect's influence in the ancient heaven sect, not many people dared to stand out. Gu Zhongyu and the other World Society disciples looked at each other with grave expressions. At this moment, there was not a single martial king among the World Society disciples. Even Hao Guan, Mo Wen, Mu Jiajia, Qiao Yingmeng, and the others were in seclusion in the secret area. They were currently powerless against the 4C's sect. They had already been ruthlessly trampled once. Think about it carefully. My patience is limited. If you don't give the 4Cs sect an explanation, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. The blue-robed youth glanced at Gu Zhangyu and the others and said with a mocking gaze, I wonder what kind of explanation you want. Just as the blue-robed young man finished speaking, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Then, the crowd became restless. A purple-robed youth with a broad sword wrapped in purple cloth on his back slowly walked to the center of the square. The purple-robed youth looked to be 17 or 18 years old. On his resolute face, his clear eyes were extremely calm and unperturbed. President is here. Greetings, President. When they saw this figure, the hundreds of people outside the World Pavilion immediately revealed a look of pleasant surprise on their solemn faces as they crowded around him. President. Gu Zhangyu and the other leaders felt as though they were being pardoned as they immediately rushed to his side. When this purple-robed youth appeared, many of the 4Cs sect disciples' gazes began to change slightly. Many of them, who were originally extremely provocative, could not help but restrain themselves a little. When the beautiful lady beside the blue-robed youth saw the purple-robed youth suddenly appear, there was a faint trace of resentment that did not leave a trace in her eyes. President, they are from the 4Cs sect. They said that our Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill are fake and want us to give them an explanation. They even injured many of our people. Gu Zhangyu immediately made the long story short and whispered in Du Xiaofu's ear. The blue-robed youth leading them is called An Chongqing. He is the deputy leader of the 4Cs sect. It is said that he is a martial king at the Nirvana realm. He is also an expert who is currently ranked on the gold leaderboard. When Du Xiaofu heard this, his gaze swept across the World Club disciples. Many of them were heavily injured with bruises all over their faces. Instantly, his expression turned gloomy as he looked at the blue-robed youth in front of him. Looks like you are that Du Xiaofu. It's good that you are here. For the sake of Elder Gu Qingyang, I will not make things difficult for you. Give the 4Cs sect an explanation and I will let you off today. When he saw Du Xiaofu, An Chongqing still had his arms crossed as he laughed at Du Xiaofu mockingly. Hearing An Chongqing's words, Du Xiaofu quietly looked at An Chongqing and said, Bow and apologize to all the World Club disciples who were injured and compensate for their medical expenses. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Du Xiaofu's tone was rather gloomy. At this moment, everyone could hear the displeasure and coldness in his voice. When he heard Du Xiaofu's words and realized that the other party's attitude was actually this unyielding, An Chongqing was also quite stunned. After which, a vicious and sinister expression appeared on his handsome face. An Chongqing looked at Du Xiaofu as the corner of his mouth curled into a cold arc. He said in a deep voice, Brat, don't think that you can run amok in the ancient sky sect just because you have some ability and Elder Gu Qingyang's identity. Everything in the ancient sky sect depends on strength. If you don't have the strength, then behave yourself. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. Chapter 689. As his voice faded, An Chongqing looked at Du Xiaofu. His handsome face had become much gloomier. Waves of chill spread out from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble for no reason. Many of the onlookers immediately retreated one after another. Du Xiaofu, if you have the ability, let's meet at the Tianwu Plaza. Otherwise, you better behave. You can't afford to offend everyone in the ancient sky sect. The corner of An Chongqing's mouth curled into a cold smile, revealing a hint of provocation. As soon as he finished speaking, the profound energy in his body faintly fluctuated. On the street below his feet, tiny cracks spread out one after another, all the way towards Du Xiaofu. You're right. Everything in the ancient sky sect depends on strength. The Tianwu Plaza is too far away. Let's meet here. As soon as An Chongqing finished speaking, the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth also curled into a cold smile. Golden profound energy surged under his feet as he heavily stomped forward. Crack crack, as he stomped down on Du Xiaofu, golden profound energy poured into the ground. The cracks that spread out under Chongqing's feet suddenly stopped and began to spread back in the opposite direction. The ground suddenly began to tremble. On the rather wide street, as Chongqing and Du Xiaofu released their auras, the expressions of the onlookers that were packed to the brim changed drastically, and they retreated one after another. At the same time, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu's figure actually disappeared from the spot. Du Xiaofu's figure was the first to move. He turned into a purple afterimage and floated like a god. He directly appeared in front of Chongqing in an unpredictable manner. "Brat, do you want to make a move now? If you want to be tortured, I'll fulfill your wish." As Chongqing's cold voice came out from his mouth, the aura around his body erupted at the same time. As Du Xiaofu's afterimage swept out, he was definitely not a weakling. As his hand seals formed, a claw that was wrapped in talismans and mysterious runes condensed. With a sharp sound of tearing through the air, he directly grabbed at Du Xiaofu's purple afterimage. Crack! The claw collapsed the space. With one hand, he actually accurately grabbed Du Xiaofu's purple afterimage. He forcefully tore through the air and tore Du Xiaofu's body into pieces. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. So fast. At this moment, Chongqing seemed to have sensed something. His gloomy face changed slightly as he spun around rapidly. The aura of a martial king at the Nirvana realm gushed out from his body and swept out. A large area of space shook violently and was on the verge of collapse. Boom! In just an instant, a palm print condensed in Chongqing's palm. The mysterious runes of the talisman rippled like the tide. The palm print became crystal clear and was about to directly hit the air beside him. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's about. Du Xiaofu is Du Xiao Du. SNN at. Is NN nigh as is, and Du's SS NN his. That. Profound soul eye. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes seemed to shoot out rays of light that were tens of thousands of feet long. The strange mysterious runes of the talisman overlapped with each other. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling talisman runes enveloped the sky like a bright moon and enveloped Chongqing. All of a sudden, the moment Chongqing was illuminated by the rune light in Du Xiaofu's eyes, his cold and gloomy eyes suddenly became sluggish, as if they were frozen. The moment the palm print in his hand fell in front of Du Xiaofu, it also stopped and dissipated in an extremely strange manner. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Chongqing as if there was no one there. A tyrannical and ferocious aura suddenly spread out, causing the space to tremble. His hand was like a palm leaf fan as it slapped out. Walala, dense layers of faint golden talisman runes flickered and condensed. Du Xiaofu's golden wings, which were like the wings of a golden-winged rock, erupted with a golden light and directly slapped onto the sluggish Chongqing's body. At the last moment, Chongqing regained his senses. But it was too late. His pupils constricted. Chongqing seemed to have felt some kind of terrifying aura, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. Lala Du Xiaofu's hand was like thunder, and it landed on Chongqing's body at lightning speed. Rumble! The golden talisman runes shot out, and a large area of the street exploded. Layers of stone slabs were overturned, and gravel shot out under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Countless gazes trembled. Chongqing's body flew out like a kite on a wire. He flew for more than 100 feet before falling down, causing the street to crack and gravel to fly everywhere. Poochie mouthfuls of blood sprayed out from Chongqing's mouth. His face was filled with shock and fear. Chongqing had never imagined that he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from Du Xiaofu. Originally, Chongqing did not take the rumored Du Xiaofu seriously, but in the end, he was so cruel to him. The surrounding area was silent, and it was dead silent. Gulp gulp, then, the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. Oh my God, Chongqing, who is ranked on the alchemy roll, can't even withstand a single blow. Martial Uncle Du's strength is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked at this moment. In front of Chongqing, who was in the Nirvana realm of Martial King realm, Du Xiaofu actually severely injured his opponent with one move. How terrifying was that? The beautiful woman, who was originally filled with a sinister chill, suddenly had fear in her eyes when she saw Chongqing's end. She, Zhou Yinger, definitely did not expect such an outcome. Pucci blood spurted out from Chongqing's mouth. After struggling several times, he could not get up, and his face was ashen. The more than 300 disciples of the Four Seas sect, who were originally looking at him with disdain, were all dumbfounded at this moment, and fear surged in their eyes. Du Xiaofu stood quietly in the field. He originally did not take the ordinary Martial King realm Nirvana realm cultivators too seriously. Not long ago, not only did he break through to the initial Martial King realm, but he also broke through to the mysterious level of radiation protection, and the power of his mysterious soul eyes had greatly increased. To deal with Chongqing, Du Xiaofu did not take him seriously at all. It was a good opportunity to test his current strength. Glancing at the more than 300 disciples of the Four Seas sect, Du Xiaofu's resolute and determined face looked slightly cold. He said indifferently, "Everyone, leave a complete marquis-grade elixir as compensation for the medical expenses, and get lost. Otherwise, bear the consequences." His indifferent voice carried a chill that could be felt by anyone, causing the more than 300 disciples of the Four Seas sect to look at each other with fear in their eyes. After that, the disciples beside him did not dare to refuse at all. They all took out a complete marquis-grade elixir and gave it to the disciples of the World Society. Chongqing's fate was on the ground. Chongqing, who was in the Nirvana realm Martial King realm and ranked on the alchemy roll, was severely injured in one move and could not even get up. Who would dare to provoke Du Xiaofu? A complete marquis-grade elixir was definitely all the wealth of the disciples with lower cultivation. However, no one dared to refuse or disobey at this moment. Although it was painful and regretful, they could only obey obediently. I hope all of you can hear me clearly. If you want to find trouble with the World Pavilion, just bring it on. I just don't know if you can bear the consequences. Du Xiaofu looked at the disciples of the Four Seas sect and scolded them. He waved his sleeves and said, "You can get lost now. Go quickly." The disciples of the Four Seas sect felt as if they had been pardoned. They supported Chongqing, who could not get up, and immediately left the World Pavilion as if they were fleeing for their lives. After a dispute and confrontation, the disciples of the World Society, who were originally bullied, actually solved the problem with one move after Du Xiaofu's arrival. This allowed the World Society to hold their heads high and heavily suppress the prestige of the Four Seas sect. President, good job. The people of the World Society were all excited. Without a doubt, after the humiliation and bullying this time, there was a sense of unity in the end. Martial Uncle Du's strength seems to have increased by quite a bit. I didn't expect Chongqing of the Four Seas sect to be so weak. Now that Martial Uncle Du is out, I wonder if the World Pavilion will open for business again. Who knows, there might be Berserker Elixir and Primordial Elixir for sale again. The surrounding crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Along with the news of Chongqing, who was ranked on the alchemy roll, being unable to withstand a single blow, quickly spread throughout the sect. Many disciples gathered in the World Pavilion. From Gu Zhongyu and a few inner sect disciples, Du Xiaofu roughly understood what had happened during this period of time. His expression also darkened slightly. Originally, the World Pavilion had nothing to sell these few days, so the Four Seas sect gathered some people to cause trouble. They said that the disciples of the Four Seas sect had consumed the Primordial Elixir and Berserker Elixir of the World Pavilion and almost died. The World Pavilion sold the Berserker Elixir and Primordial Elixir at a high price and closed down after that. It was obvious that they were trying to cheat money and sell fake elixirs. The disciples of the World Pavilion were naturally indignant. In the dispute, the people of the Four Seas sect took action. The people of the World Society were naturally not a match for them and suffered quite a bit in the beginning. As for what happened later, Du Xiaofu also saw it. President, I've received news that the Four Seas sect has helped their forces to gather quite a few forces and are planning to take action against our World Pavilion. They're obviously jealous of our World Pavilion's business. They have the advantage in numbers, so I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest. We have to be prepared in advance, Gu Zhangyu said to Du Xiaofu. Although Du Xiaofu defeated An Chongqing with a single blow today, Gu Zhangyu's expression was still slightly serious. He was very clear about the strength of those fellows. Many forces had already secretly formed an alliance. Chapter 690. Joining forces, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with coldness. As someone who had come from the dark forest, Du Xiaofu was very clear about the power struggle. Although this was the Ancient Heaven sect, the Ancient Heaven sect also had its own world. However, no matter where it was, all the rules had to follow one principle: the strong were respected. It couldn't escape from the word strength. Strength was the absolute truth. How many powers have joined forces? Du Xiaofu asked Gu Zhangyu. From what I know, there are many powers that have joined forces. The most active ones should be the Four Seas Gang, Yunji Hui, and the Forgotten Dust sect. These three powers all have shops in their hands and have the best business in the Ancient Heaven sect. Even the Manchu's deacon has to give them face. Every month, they sell to the Manchu a shocking amount of profit. They are the suppliers of many large businesses outside. Gu Zhangyu pursed his pale lips and continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. The Four Seas Gang, Yunji Hui, and Forgotten Dust sect have many alchemy talisman masters and weapon talisman masters. Many of them are experts above the 6-star level. The strength of the three major forces was also very strong. Now, many of the experts on the silver leaderboard were their people. Most importantly, many of the experts on the gold leaderboard were also from the three major forces. Especially the Four Seas Gang's leader, Chang Qinghai, Yunji Hui's leader, Fei Qingming, and Forgotten Dust sect's leader, Bai Yichen. These three people are ranked 10th, 9th, and 8th respectively on the gold ranking. It is said that their strength has reached the martial king realm. They are all outstanding talents and are very powerful. They are already famous in the outside world. Outstanding talents at the martial king realm. They are not weak. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. When these people joined forces, it was indeed difficult to deal with. The lineup of these three powers was not to be underestimated. What are you afraid of? At most, we will fight with them. The gold ranking is nothing. Yes, the gold ranking is nothing. Wasn't An Chongqing defeated by our leader today? Back in the giant rock space, the guy on the silver ranking was also trampled by us. At most, we will fight with them. On the 3rd floor of the World Pavilion, many inner sect disciples were furious. With Du Xiaofu around, they had nothing to fear. All right, everyone, go down and recuperate. I'll think of something. World Pavilion is not a pushover. Du Xiaofu said. Yes, leader. Everyone nodded and began to recuperate pavilion. In the end, only Gu and Du Xiaofu were World Pavilion World. Looking at Du Xiaofu's rather gloomy expression, Gu Zhangyu hesitated for a moment before saying, Chairman, we have nothing to sell now. The World Pavilion has already been closed for almost 10 days. In addition to the rumors that have been deliberately spread recently, the people outside are already fearful of our World Pavilion. In the past few days, there have even been people who have come to cancel their VIP membership. This is rather troublesome, Du Xiaofu frowned. Compared to the Four Seas Gang, Forgotten Dust sect, and Yunji Hui, World Pavilion's lack of goods is the most troublesome matter. You should go and recuperate as well. I'll think of a way to resolve this. Du Xiaofu said to Gu Zhangyu. I feel that we have to find a way to attract some medicine symbol masters and weapon symbol masters to join us. Although it's difficult, there shouldn't be a better way. After Gu Zhangyu finished speaking, he handed over several Qinkuan bags to Du Xiaofu and said, "President, these are the various spiritual herbs and refining materials that our World Society disciples and World Pavilion have collected during this period of time. According to your instructions, all of World Pavilion's profits have been used to collect spiritual herbs and refining materials. However, due to the external forces deliberately targeting us, the price of collecting spiritual herbs and refining materials has increased by quite a bit. In addition, the spiritual weapons and talisman weapons that you have refined are also very popular. Many people have come to buy them, but our World Pavilion has nothing to sell." After saying that, Gu Zhangyu took his leave. This is rather troublesome. Du Xiaofu kept the Qinkuan bags and stayed in World Pavilion for a while before closing the door and leaving. After returning to Heaven Eye Peak, Du Xiaofu judged that his master, Elder Gu Qingyang, had not returned yet. Thus, he directly returned to his own nest. After a while, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in the misty space of the desolate ancient space. Looking at the small pagoda in his hand, he said in a gentle voice, "Brother Qin-chun, are you here?" "Of course I'm here. Didn't you just go out? Why are you back?" At the same time, the mysterious runes on the small pagoda flickered. Like a mist, Zhen Qingchuan's Yuan spirit body appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. As he gazed at those wretched eyes, a faint smile hung on Du Xiaofu's face. His voice was extremely pleasant to the ear as he said, "Brother Qin-chun, I have some matters that I wish to discuss with you." Hearing this, Zhen Qingchuan's extremely wretched gaze immediately tightly stared at Du Xiaofu's body under his inverted slanted eyebrows. His illusory black and white eyes rotated, revealing a suspicious expression as he asked, discuss what?" Du Xiaofu chuckled and said, "It's nothing big. I just wish to discuss soul symbol masters with Brother Qin-chun. I wonder what is the most attractive thing to a soul symbol master?" "You've asked the right person." Zhen Qin-chun immediately acted like an old man. He stood with his hands behind his back, appearing extremely pleased with himself as he said, "There are many things that attract a soul symbol master. For example, a rare pill formula is extremely attractive to alchemy symbol masters. To an artifact symbol master, a top-notch artifact refining technique was extremely attractive. And for talisman formation masters, lost ancient talisman matrices are also extremely attractive." Du Xiaofu listened and understood very well. For example, Medicine King Yi Wuming and Deputy Dean Zhuge Qiangbang were deeply fascinated by weapon refining methods and puppet refining method. Is there anything that can attract all soul symbol masters at the same time? Du Xiaofu asked Zhen Qinchun. At the same time, the things that can attract soul symbol masters are naturally heavenly treasures and elixirs that can enhance spiritual soul power. Zhen Qinchun said. How could these questions stump him? Treasures of heaven and earth that can strengthen one's spiritual soul power can only be found by chance, but there are many pills that can strengthen one's spiritual soul power. Although they are expensive, it is not too difficult for those talisman masters with high cultivation and talent to obtain some pills that can strengthen one's spiritual soul power. Du Xiaofu thought in his heart. For a soul symbol master in a huge sect like the Ancient Sky sect, it was absolutely not too difficult to obtain some elixirs that could enhance spiritual soul power. There are many kinds of elixirs that can enhance spiritual soul power, but their effects are not the same. Especially for soul symbol masters, the higher their cultivation, the more difficult it is to find great elixirs that can enhance spiritual soul power. I have several high-grade elixir recipes that have special effects in enhancing spiritual soul power. However, you don't need them. Your spiritual soul power is already very strong. Taking elixirs to enhance it is appropriate, but it will not be good if it is too much. Zhen Qingchun looked at Du Xiaofu and said proudly and confidently, in addition to the medicinal pill that strengthens the mind and soul, there is another thing that is fatally attractive to all spirit talisman masters. It is even more attractive than the medicinal pill that strengthens the mind and soul. If it wasn't for the fact that your foundation is already so strong that I can't continue to strengthen it, I would have used it on you long ago. What is it? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's interest was immediately piqued. He stared intently at Zhen Qingchun and asked, I have already used it on you. Have you forgotten? Zhen Qingchun glanced at Du Xiaofu and asked, Could it be? Du Xiaofeng pondered and suddenly thought of something. He said to Zhen Qingchun, Spiritual root, you are talking about spiritual root. Yes, spiritual root. For soul symbol masters, the most important things are spiritual soul power and spiritual root. I thought your spiritual root was poor, so I specially refined some elixirs to enhance your spiritual root. But in the end, I found that your spiritual root was really strong. It was just sealed by someone, and I did not use it later. However, for any spiritual talisman master, even if it's an outstanding spiritual talisman master, a human king or a human emperor, as long as it can strengthen their spiritual roots by a little, it's a fatal temptation. A smile appeared on Zhen Qingchun's face. He knew very well what it meant for a soul symbol master to be able to enhance his spiritual root. Spiritual root, enhance spiritual root. I actually forgot. Damn it, haha, Du Xiaofu laughed happily. A big stone in his heart fell to the ground. Being able to enhance one's spiritual root was very attractive to all soul symbol masters. Brother Qingchun, are there many refining methods of elixirs that can enhance spiritual root outside? After a while, Du Xiaofu seemed to have thought of something and immediately asked Zhen Qingchun. After all, the ancient sky sect was such a big sect, so its foundation was definitely not simple. Humph, do you think it's easy to strengthen one's spiritual root? I can tell you that there are only a handful of people in the entire Central Plains who know how to strengthen one's spiritual root. Even if they knew, they would never reveal the refining method. Zhen Qingchun said firmly and conceitedly. Thinking of how many top experts had queued up in front of him to ask for the refining method to enhance spiritual root, there were definitely not many people in the world who had the refining method of elixirs and elixirs to enhance spiritual root, and he was one of them. I can only update 4 times today. I cooked dinner and chatted for a while, but I only updated 4 times now. Xiao, you will continue to work hard tomorrow. Sorry, everyone. Chapter 691. Then there's no problem. Du Xiaofu smiled. With a way to strengthen the spirit root, World Pavilion's current situation would be alleviated. You suddenly asked about this. Did you run into any problems? Zhen Qingchun looked at Du Xiaofu. He felt that this kid must have something on his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so humble and eager to learn. This little thought couldn't escape his eyes. Du Xiaofu smiled. Then, he told Zhen Qingchun about World Pavilion's situation. I see. It's not difficult to get spiritual talisman masters to join us. The prescription I gave you to strengthen your spirit root was the most ordinary one. Many of the spiritual herbs were just substitute. Now I'll tell you the real prescription and a few other prescriptions to strengthen your mind and soul. When the time comes, it shouldn't be difficult to get some spiritual talisman masters to join us. Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu. Then, he gave Du Xiaofu the prescription to strengthen his spirit root and a few prescriptions to strengthen his mind and soul. Du Xiaofu started refining in the ancient barren space. This time, Gu Zhongyu and the rest had gathered a lot of spiritual herbs. There were only a few high-grade prescriptions to strengthen one's mind and soul. However, they lacked a few rare spiritual herbs. They would have to go out and buy them. At night, the twilight was dim. The setting sun was like blood. Above the mountain peaks, the setting sun was like a golden halo. The light was so bright that it pierced people's eyes. It was like a dream. That kid severely injured in Chongqing with one move. It was just one move. He didn't hold back at all. In front of the hall on the mountain peak, under the setting sun, Protector Hao said to a 7 feet-tall burly man standing in front of him. There was some shock in his eyes. The burly man stood with his hands behind his back. His hair and clothes were fluttering in the wind. On his handsome face, there was some light fluctuating in his glass-like eyes. He was not angry, but he was majestic. He opened his mouth and said, "That in Chongqing should be at the Nirvana realm of the Martial King realm. Looks like Xiaofu's strength has increased again after breaking through to the Martial King realm. I heard that Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Yichen have joined forces to deal with Du Xiaofu." Protector Hao looked at Sima Taxing's back with some worry in his eyes. "Master, do you think we should intervene? If things get out of hand, I'm afraid. The ancient heaven sect has been peaceful for too long, and some people are getting bolder and bolder. Some things need to change. Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Yichen are probably just the vanguard. We don't need to worry about them." Sima Taxing Star looked at the setting sun in the distant mountains. He slowly turned around and said to Protector Hao, "The Manchu doesn't need to get involved in this matter for now. When the time comes, some people will naturally intervene." "I understand." Protector Hao nodded and said nothing more. He turned around and left. Berserk Pill, Xianyuan Pill, Talisman Weapon infused with Beast Energy, Dual Cultivation of Martial Arts and Talisman, Talisman Master, Talisman Master, Talisman Master, Talisman Master, and Talisman Master. Boy, it seems that I have underestimated you. Sima Taxing Star turned around and looked at the distant mountains again. The last trace of the setting sun fell on the other side of the mountains, merging with the outline of the mountains. He murmured, "Let's see what other skills you have. If you can really pry open a hole in some deep-rooted things, then I will really have to thank you. Let's see if you have the ability." As night fell, the ancient and majestic mountains were lined up next to each other under the backdrop of the night, like a black dragon coiling in the sky. In the sky, there were rows of twinkling stars. They were like luminous pearls embedded in the vast sky. Among the densely packed peaks, there was an extremely steep peak. In the courtyard, a dozen figures were sitting. A dozen young men who looked to be around 25 or 26 years old sat upright. Each of them had an extraordinary bearing and were outstanding talent. The aura that unknowingly spread out from the dozen or so young men in a daze was sufficient to cause those who did not possess sufficient cultivation to tremble. The 3 young men at the front had the most powerful auras. They were all around 25 or 26 years old. One of them was dressed in green. His eyes were glowing, and his figure was tall and slender. One of them was burly and had short hair. He gave off a beast-like feeling. The last one was dressed in a white brocade robe. His black hair was slightly tied up, and his eyes were like the stars. If these 3 people walked in the ancient heaven sect, they would be enough to make many disciples scream. Chang Qinghai, the leader of the 400 sects, Fei Qingming, the leader of the Yunji Association, and Bai Yichen, the leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, were ranked 10th, 9th, and 8th on the gold ranking. Any one of these 3 people was the object of admiration of many female disciples in the Ancient Heaven sect. Even outside of the Ancient Heaven sect, he had a great reputation. And Chongqing, were you seriously injured by Du Xiaofu in one move? Bai Yichen, who was dressed in a white brocade robe and had his black hair tied up, asked An Chongqing, who was sitting weakly on the chair with a pale face. "That brat is very strange. When I wasn't paying attention, he used a mental energy soul attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have defeated me." An Chongqing's voice burst out from between his teeth, his face pale. His eyes were filled with resentment. Under the attack of that soul force, he had no power to resist and was severely injured. Now, the whole sect was laughing about him after dinner. A loss is a loss. Why do you have so many excuses? If it was a battle of life and death, you would be a dead man now. The burly Fei Qingming said in a deep voice. He glanced at An Chongqing and said, "It seems that Du Xiaofu is quite capable. He won't be easy to deal with. We underestimated him. Hearing Fei Qingming's words, and Chongqing's gaze wavered. He was somewhat unconvinced. And Chongqing opened his mouth slightly, but he didn't say anything in the end. Instead, the resentment in his eyes intensified. Chong Qinghai, who was dressed in green and hadn't said anything, frowned slightly. Then, his eyes flickered as he looked at Bai Yichen and Fei Qingming. Are we going to let that brat go? Haha, let that brat go? Fei Qingming smiled faintly. That brat is a newcomer. Relying on his little bit of strength and his relationship with Elder Gu Qingyang, he's indeed domineering. In the Ancient Heaven sect, we'll just turn a blind eye to it. It's all that brat's fault. There are some things in the Ancient Heaven sect that he can't touch easily. Fei Qingming smiled faintly, but there were some things in the sect that he couldn't touch. That brat won't be easy to deal with. He should be a tough nut to crack. A faint smile appeared on Bai Yichen's handsome face. Chong Qinghai's face darkened slightly. He suddenly stood up and sneered. So what if he's a tough nut to crack? We'll just smash him to pieces. He's just asking for trouble. How can a small world gathering compete with us? What should we do now? Since he dared to touch our people, we can't just let him go. Chong Qinghai's eyes flickered with coldness. Although Du Xiaofu is strong, and Chongqing was severely injured by his talisman master attack. If it's a head-on confrontation, that brat won't be much stronger. Since he dared to make a move, we won't be polite. Let's smash that tough nut to crack, Fei Qingming said in a deep voice. Then let's do it. We'll let those rookies know that we can't be compared to those fellows on the bronze leaderboard even though we had an advantage in the giant rock space, Chong Qinghai said in a deep voice. Then, a dozen extraordinary youths flicked their sleeves and left, each with a sneer on their faces. By the time Du Xiaofu left the ancient desolate space, he had already been inside for a few days. However, it was still early in the morning outside. Early in the morning, after dawn, the morning light poured down on the earth, and a cool breeze blew gently. Heaven Eye Peak was surrounded by clear water, high mountains, and a blue sky. The scenery was picturesque and moving. Crack, Du Xiaofu stretched his body. His joints crackled like firecrackers, revealing a sense of power. President, it's not good. The world gathering, it's not good, a hurried voice sounded from the bottom of the mountain. Several figures hurriedly leaped up the mountain and appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Zhang Yingwen, Wang Mingqiao, what's wrong? Du Xiaofu naturally recognized the people in front of him. They were the inner sect disciples of the ancient sky sect from the World Society. Chapter 692. Yesterday, Du Xiaofu told everyone that if anything happened in World Pavilion, they were to look for him directly. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's expression darkened when he saw how anxious and pale these people were. Some of them even had blood dripping from their mouth. He seemed to have guessed something. President, something happened. Something big happened. A tall and skinny young man came forward. It was Zhang Yingwen, an inner sect disciple. He looked at Du Xiaofu and took a deep breath. After calming himself down, he said with a worried expression, President, the Four Seas sect, Yunzhihui, Forgotten Dust sect and a dozen other powers rushed into World Pavilion early in the morning. They destroyed World Pavilion and injured many of our people. They even captured junior brother Gu Zhangyu and many other disciples. They said that they want you to go to Heaven Marshal Plaza to pick them up. If not, they won't go easy on you. Go to Heaven Marshal Plaza, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. His voice turned cold and his eyes narrowed. A cold light flashed across his eyes. President, some of our people are badly injured. They didn't show any mercy. They almost killed us. Wang Mingqiao gritted his teeth and said, Many of the World Club's disciples were badly injured. It was a horrible sight. Four Seas sect, Yunzhihui, Forgotten Dust sect. Du Xiaofu's expression darkened. He clenched his fists and the veins on his fists popped out. President, what should we do now? Forgotten Dust sects Bai Yichen, Yunzhihui's Fei Qingming and Four Seas sects Chong Qinghai are all there. There are also many experts on the gold ranking. They are very strong. Zhang Yingwen asked. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky in front of him with a cold look in his eyes. Then, he said to Zhang Yingwen, Wang Mingqiao and the others, "You guys go back and take care of the injured disciples. I will go to the Sky Marshal Square first." "President, we'll go with you. They have a lot of people." Wang Mingqiao was worried. The number of people from those dozen or so factions added together was enormous. As the saying went, it was difficult for 2 hands to fight against 4 fists. He was worried that the president would suffer a great loss. Moreover, Chang Qinghai and the others were experts in the top 10 of the alchemy rankings. "No need. You guys go take care of the injured first. I'll be right back. It won't take too long." Du Xiaofu waved his hand and said, "All right, then be careful, President." Zhang Yinwen nodded. He knew the president's strength. Even if they followed him, they would only be a burden. After that, several people left and rushed to the World Pavilion to take care of the other heavily injured people. "Looks like it's time for me to stretch my muscles. Clearly, the intimidation I gave him yesterday wasn't enough." Looking in the direction of the Sky Marshal Plaza, Du Xiaofu muttered softly. A cold and baleful aura flashed across his resolute face. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, Du Xiaofu turned into a ray of light and flew towards the Tianwu Square. The vast Tianwu Plaza was bustling with noise and excitement early in the morning. After a while, more and more spectators gathered from all directions. Whispers could be heard from the dense crowd of disciples. "I heard that the 4 Seas sect, Cloud Society, Forgotten Dust sect, and more than 10 other forces have joined forces to deal with the World Society. Marshal Uncle Du heavily injured and Chongqing of the 4 Seas sect yesterday. Today they're here for revenge. Naturally, they won't let this matter rest. Senior brother Chang Qinghai, senior brother Fei Qingming, and senior brother Bai Yichen are all here. They're all ranked in the top 10 of the gold ranking. I'm afraid that Marshal Uncle Du is in danger this time. The World Society's World Pavilion has recently stolen business from other shops because of the Berserk Pill and Profound Essence Pill. The 4 Seas sect has joined forces with them. It's obvious that they're targeting the World Pavilion. Marshal Uncle Du isn't someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have heavily injured senior brother and Chongqing in one move yesterday. There's going to be a good show to watch now." Whispers rang out around the Tianwu Plaza. Everyone gathered together and started to clamor. The disciples who were watching the show spread the news, causing more and more spectators to gather at the Tianwu Plaza. It was like a grand occasion for the ancient heaven sect. It didn't take long for the black mass of heads to occupy the periphery of the Tianwu Plaza. On the Tianwu Plaza, a huge lineup of nearly 1,000 people stood there with provocative sneers on their faces. They had captured Gu Zhangyu and the other disciples of the World Society and mocked them. "Little rookies, you dare to run amok in the ancient heaven sect? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A bunch of reckless fools. You'll suffer in the future. If Du Xiaofu doesn't come later, you'll suffer. I'm afraid that Du Xiaofu has already peed his pants. How would he dare to come? Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, everyone. The president will definitely seek justice for us. The humiliation we suffered, the president will definitely fucking return 10 times over." Amidst the ridicule, Gu Zhangyu said to the disciples of the World Society, who were covered in scars and weak auras. In front of the crowd, there were more than a dozen extraordinary youths standing silently. The 3 youths in the front were especially outstanding, attracting many respectful gazes around the Tianwu Plaza. Many of the female disciples among the spectators were even more moved, and ripples appeared in their eyes. Looking at the rippling eyes of the female disciples, Zhou Yinger stood beside the dozen youths and enjoyed the envious gazes of many girls. Chi! 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 Suddenly, Bai Yichen, Fei Qingming, and Chang Qinghai raised their heads and looked at the sky almost at the same time. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking resounded, and a long figure swept across the sky from afar. "Is Du Xiaofu here? Uncle Master Du wouldn't have come alone, right?" Soon after, numerous pairs of eyes around the Tianwu Square lifted their heads and looked towards the sky. Chi. Under everyone's gazes, a golden figure descended from the sky. The golden light receded, and a purple-robed youth, who looked to be 17 or 18 years old, appeared in the center of the plaza. The purple-robed youth carried a purple cloth wrapped around his back, but it was a broadsword that had never appeared before. His resolute and determined face was rather cold at this moment. "It's Uncle Master Du. He came alone. I didn't expect Du Xiaofu to have the guts to come, and he even came alone." After a few breaths of silence, whispers could be heard everywhere. "It's the President. The President is here to help us." Gu Zhongyu and the other captured disciples of the World Society saw the purple-robed youth, and their dispirited faces immediately became excited. Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, Bai Yichen, and many others also looked at Du Xiaofu and began to size up Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu landed, and his gaze swept across the crowd and finally fell on the imprisoned Gu Zhongyu and the other disciples of the World Society. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and strode forward to where Gu Zhongyu and the others were imprisoned. Looking at Du Xiaofu slowly walking over, the thousands of disciples looked at each other in dismay. When they saw the purple-robed youth step forward, their hearts trembled for no reason. "Stop, or I won't go easy on you." An extraordinary youth plucked up his courage, straightened his body, and berated Du Xiaofu in a deep voice. His body blocked in front of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu ignored him and strode forward without any fear. He didn't even bother to look at the youth. "Brat, you're too arrogant." The youth was enraged and he couldn't keep his face. He shouted and waved his hand, releasing his mysterious chi. The aura of a 6-star mysterious realm cultivation was released. The air trembled, and the mysterious runes wrapped around it flashed and blasted towards Du Xiaofu. "Get lost!" Du Xiaofu shouted. Without any pleasantries, he flipped his palm. Just as the youth was about to attack, a fist print landed on the chest of the extraordinary youth with lightning speed. Bang! A low muffled sound like muffled thunder. The extraordinary youth of the mysterious realm of Martial King was immediately sent flying like a kite with a broken string. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. The youth's body heavily fell over 100 feet away. Huff! Huff! The surroundings were quiet, and almost everyone's eyes were trembling. It seemed that no one had expected Du Xiaofu to directly attack. Du Xiaofu alone faced more than a dozen forces and 3 experts who were currently ranked in the top 10 of the gold roll. It was beyond everyone's expectations. "You still dare to attack? Let's join forces and take care of this brat." After a short period of silence, loud shouts came from the thousands of people from the dozens of forces. Waves of aura swept out, and the weakest force was at the Martial Marquis realm. The aura of many Martial King realm experts swept out, like a storm sweeping in all directions. "Attack, take care of this kid." Rumble, in a short period of time, the waves of Martial King realm aura and terrifying aura rippled. Dozens of people had already attacked Du Xiaofu one after another. Boom! At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was covered in a dazzling golden light. He no longer held back the aura of a Martial King realm expert. It swept out like a hurricane. On his gloomy face, his eyes were covered in golden light. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to fly out. Oscillating fist. Stormy waves palm. Sky-shaking wings. Mysterious soul eye. Rock chaos shattering claw. A series of low sonic booms resounded in the square. Golden light bloomed and the energy swept out. Ah! Screams of agony rang out from the crowd, wailing miserably. Body after body was thrown out like stones and heavily smashed onto the ground. All of them cried out miserably and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 693. Du Xiaofu charged into the crowd like a ferocious beast. Strength was everything, and the ancient heaven sect was no exception. The World Pavilion was destroyed and his World Society members were captured. Du Xiaofu was truly enraged. Only by making these people fear him would they not dare to provoke him in the future. Boom! Du Xiaofu's body was covered in golden light. His aura was as strong as a sovereign beast. He stepped forward and with every move he made, golden light shot out. His attacks were like cannons. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a giant tiger charging into a flock of sheep. The ancient heaven sect disciples could not dodge at all. Their ribs and chests were broken by Du Xiaofu's attack. Their internal organs were shaken, and they vomited blood. This was a shocking scene, and the surrounding people were all aghast. Du Xiaofu's strength was too terrifying. No one had expected Du Xiaofu to be so strong. Bang! Du Xiaofu's punch landed on the lower abdomen of a martial Emperor Realm cultivator in the blink of an eye. As the punch landed, a golden glow was emitted, and the young man's body was sent flying over 100 feet away, while he let out a miserable cry. Crack! In the next second, the shoulder of another young man who had just reached the martial king realm was caught by Du Xiaofu's left hand. Du Xiaofu tore the young man's arm with all his might. The bones in the young man's arm cracked, and the young man's arm was covered with blood. A large piece of flesh was torn out of the young man's shoulder. Golden Xian Qi surged out, and a domineering aura exploded. Du Xiaofu was completely enraged this time. His body was covered in a faint golden light. The domineering aura swept out, causing people to tremble. Bang bang! In the blink of an eye, another 2 young men who had not regained their senses were sent flying. They could not get up anymore. Although there were thousands of people surrounding Du Xiaofu, there were less than 20 to 30 people who could actually get close to him. With their cultivation, they could not even break through Du Xiaofu's defense. They were not a threat to Du Xiaofu at all. Attack together! Use talisman weapons and Dao weapons! Many young men shouted. The stronger young men regained their senses and panicked. They moved together and formed a new round of attacks. The remaining thousands of young men moved together, and a terrifying Xian Qi weapon swept out. Some people had already summoned their talisman weapons and Dao weapons. Instantly, blade lights, sword lights, and rod lights raged through the sky, and they interweaved into large expanses of dense talisman markings that enveloped down towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu raised his head, a cold glint flashed across his eyes as he sneered. With a wave of his hand, a red and green light burst forth as he activated tyrannical shadow. Rays of sword light swept out like a giant ping soaring through the sky or a spirit snake soaring through the sky. Whoosh! 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 Under such a terrifying attack, the surrounding space was directly cut open. Large amounts of spatial ripples were instantly shattered into pieces. The entire sky Marshall Square shook and was about to crack. Flowers splitting willow. Yang passed 3 stacks. Whirlwind clouds. Violent sword gale. With Overlord Shadow in hand, Du Xiaofu activated the bright Saint Sword manual. His eyes were calm and fearless. Coldness radiated in all directions. Golden talisman runes surged out from all over his body. Du Xiaofu was surrounded by a dense group of people, and his aura became even more terrifying. He was like a fierce beast that had awakened from a deep slumber. The disciples of the ancient sky sect were very strong. Each of them was a dragon or phoenix among men. However, Du Xiaofu was even stronger and looked down on his peers. More importantly, Du Xiaofu, who had fought his way out of the dark forest, could even control the dark forest in his hands. His fierce aura was something that few people of the same generation in the ancient sky sect could compare to. In terms of ruthlessness, how many people of the same generation in the ancient sky sect could compare to Du Xiaofu? If these youths knew of Du Xiaofu's fierce reputation in the dark forest, they would have hesitated before making a move. In comparison, Du Xiaofu, who had walked out of the dark forest, was definitely a strong dragon. At best, they could only be considered local snake. Although it was said that a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake, if they really fought, the outcome could be imagined. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. The Sky Marshal Square was dripping with blood. Many spirit tools and talisman tools had fallen to the ground. Many youths were lying on the ground, screaming and struggling. Puff, 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 in just a few blinks of an eye, the spirit tools in the hands of hundreds of youths were broken. Some talisman tools fell to the ground. All of them spat out blood and fell to the ground. It was a tragic sight. Roar! Someone activated his pulse soul and roared ferociously with a terrifying aura. Sky-shaking wings. Rock chaos shattering claw. With the pulse soul in the sky, Du Xiaofu was fearless. It was as if there was no one in the sky. He raised his hand and tore the huge pulse soul shadows into pieces. Those terrifying huge demonic beast pulse souls were stunned in front of Du Xiaofu. Their eyes were filled with fear and their bodies were trembling. They could not withstand a single blow. How can he be so strong? Everyone was shocked. How strong was Du Xiaofu? Despite being besieged by thousands of people, Du Xiaofu seemed to be unstoppable as he charged into the crowd and destroyed everything like a hot knife through butter. How tyrannical, fierce, and valiant was this? So strong. Martial Uncle Du is simply abnormal. This is no longer a normal person. He is a demonic beast supreme. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the experts from the dozens of forces and thousands of people besieging Du Xiaofu, they could not even touch the corner of Du Xiaofu's clothes. At this moment, they truly knew how powerful Du Xiaofu was. Looking at the scene in the square, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Yichen were also shocked. Perhaps it was only at this moment that the three of them truly understood just how tyrannical the rumored Du Xiaofu was. "Stop, back off, back off!" Fei Qingming shouted. The square was drenched in blood, and the disciples were scattered everywhere. The miserable cries of the people in the square made him realize that he could not continue besieging. If that happened, more people would be seriously injured. "Back off, back off!" All the disciples were scared and immediately retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear as they retreated behind Fei Qingming and the others. Each of them looked at the purple-robed youth in front of them with trembling eyes. Swish, many spiritual weapons and talisman weapons on the ground were forcefully taken by Du Xiaofu. He did not hesitate to put them into his Qiankuan bag. He had no intention of returning them. Wherever Du Xiaofu passed, he stepped on the youths one by one. These youths were dragons and phoenixes among men. They were heaven's pride in the outside world, and the geniuses of the ancient heaven sect. But now they were being mercilessly trampled under Du Xiaofu's feet. At this moment, what was being trampled on was the ignorance and arrogance of these youths. Everything was being trampled into nothingness. The surroundings fell into a strange silence again. Everyone's eyes fell on the purple-robed youth. He attracted the attention of all the onlookers around the square. More than a dozen forces had joined forces and thousands of people. At this moment, 1/3 of them were in a sorry state. At least 200 people were struggling on the ground. Blood was dripping, and only endless screams could be heard. Everyone could see that although these people's lives were not in danger, they would not be able to get up for at least a year. This was especially true for those who were more severely injured. Their future cultivation would most likely be greatly affected. Du Xiaofu's actions were clean and swift. His fierceness and domineering was shocking. Du Xiaofu kept the tyrant's shadow in his body as he passed by. He arrived in front of Gu Zhangyu and the others, who were trembling with excitement. He undid the restrictions on them and said, "Your humiliation and theirs must be washed away with blood. President is mighty. President is mighty," Gu Zhangyu and the others said in unison. Their eyes were trembling and moist. The world society was not to be bullied by anyone. "You are Du Xiaofu?" A gloomy voice sounded as many people slowly walked over. Du Xiaofu turned around and saw more than a dozen extraordinary youths walking over. Their expressions were not good, and their faces were ashen. Especially the three youths in front. Their auras were even more powerful. Complete martial king realm. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly as he felt the faint aura around the three youths. There were also several martial king realm and nirvana realm cultivators behind them. He already had a rough idea of their origins. President, those three people are Chang Qinghai from the Four Seas sect, Fei Qingming from the Yunji Association, and Bai Yichen from the Forgotten Dust sect. There are also a few experts on the gold roll. Many of the others are from their batch. Gu Zhongyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said softly to Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with anger. All of you, step back. I will take care of everything. Du Xiaofu waved his hand and signaled Gu Zhongyu and the rest to step back. Once the fight started, they would not even have the strength to be affected. President, be careful. Gu Zhongyu knew that they would only be a burden if they stayed, so he immediately stepped back with the rest behind him. Kid, I asked you a question. Are you deaf? Are you Du Xiaofu from the World Society? Fei Qingming stared at Du Xiaofu with a pale face. Hundreds of disciples were severely injured in front of him. If he did not take care of Du Xiaofu today, he would probably become a joke in the Ancient Heaven sect in the future. Noisy. Du Xiaofu glanced at Fei Qingming. When he finished speaking, his figure was like a golden afterimage. He pounced on Fei Qingming like lightning and took the initiative to attack. You're courting death. Fei Qingming's eyes suddenly twitched. As the ninth on the gold roll, how could he be weak? He was an outstanding talent and ranked ninth on the gold roll. How magnificent was Fei Qingming! Almost at the same time as Du Xiaofu's figure pounced, Fei Qingming's figure also pounced on him like a beast pouncing on its prey. Tianming fist. A low roar came from Fei Qingming's mouth. The aura on his body suddenly became violent and ferocious, like a sleeping beast that had just woken up. Chapter 694. At the same time, Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Fei Qingming. Lightning flashed in his cold eyes and his purple robe fluttered in the wind. An overbearing aura spread out from his body. Roar! A roar that sounded like the roar of a dragon and the trumpeting of a divine elephant could be heard. The mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's hand rippled and turned into countless palm prints. In the end, they condensed into a single palm print. Along with the mysterious runes, the palm print slashed through the air and violently collided with Fei Qingming's fist. Bang! The collision was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. The muffled sound of energy was like thunder, walala, terrifying energy ripples swept out like a hurricane. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding spectators to feel fear and trepidation even from afar. Deng deng! In the midst of the terrifying aura, Fei Qingming's burly body staggered back. His face turned pale, and he only managed to stabilize his body after retreating a dozen steps. His fists were numb and he stood with his hands behind his back. His 5 fingers were slightly bent and his eyes were filled with shock. Deng deng! The violent energy swept out and Du Xiaofu's body also staggered back a dozen steps. His face also turned pale. The consumption of the mysterious technique was too shocking. Although the celestial qi in the God's Gate was dense, the consumption of the mysterious technique was shocking. It's a tie, as the two people in the arena separated from each other and retreated at the same time, the spectators were even more shocked. Du Xiaofu and Fei Qingming were actually evenly matched. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Fei Qingming, who was ranked 9th on the gold roll, actually couldn't gain any advantage over Du Xiaofu. What a powerful technique! This isn't the ancient heaven sect's technique. This person is really strong. In the crowd, Chang Qinghai, Bai Yichen and the others were also shocked. Seeing Fei Qingming stagger back step by step, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate Du Xiaofu. So strong. Many disciples couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. How could a person who could fight Fei Qingming to a draw be an ordinary person? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Fei Qingming, who had reached the martial king realm, was indeed powerful. No wonder he was ranked in the top 10 on the alchemy list. The complete martial king realm of the ancient heaven sect was a genius. Even the complete martial king realm experts in the outside world were strong enough to fight against them. He had just broken through to the martial king realm, and he was only able to fight evenly with Fei Qingming by relying on his increasingly refined and mysterious move. Du Xiaofu was not surprised. The Xian Qi in his divine watchtower was boundless and vigorous, but after all, there was a huge gap between the martial king realm and the martial king realm. Fei Qingming was not an ordinary person, and his strength was worthy of his name. Huff huff as Fei Qingming's aura fluctuated, Chang Qinghai and Bai Yichen subconsciously stepped forward. The three of them formed a triangular formation, intentionally or unintentionally surrounding Du Xiaofu. The three auras faintly sealed Du Xiaofu within. Du Xiaofu raised his head, and there was a slight chill in his eyes. The three complete martial king realm experts were indeed not easy to deal with. Haha, glancing at Fei Qingming, Chang Qinghai, and Bai Yichen, who were all complete martial king realm experts, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. After a slight chill, he controlled himself and laughed wildly. Along with his laughter, there was Xian Qi, and an invisible chill spread out. It was a domineering power that spread out from his bones, causing the surrounding area to suddenly become silent. Even the air seemed to have frozen. You want the three of you to come at me together? Fine, then come at me. Raising his head, Du Xiaofu coldly looked at Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Yichen, who were all complete martial king realm experts. At this moment, there was a faint golden light in his eyes, and there was a bone-chilling coldness in them. This kid's aura is so terrifying. He's clearly only at the initial martial king realm, but his aura is so strong. This guy's gaze is very vicious. It's sharp and frightening, like a ferocious beast. At this moment, as the chill spread out from Du Xiaofu's eyes, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Yichen, who were all complete martial king realm experts, could also clearly feel a bone-chilling coldness seeping out from their bodies. The invisible chill spread out like a tide, and they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. The three of them looked at each other, and there was uncertainty in their eyes for a moment. The three of them were very clear that if they were to fight one-on-one, based on the strength that Du Xiaofu had just displayed, they might not be able to win. Even if they could win one-on-one, they would have to pay an extremely heavy price in the end. However, if the three of them really joined forces, they would not be able to put down their faces. If this spread out, even if they won, their reputation would not be good. The three powerhouses who were ranked in the top 10 on the gold leaderboard had joined forces to fight a new disciple. It was a bit of a slap in the face. Lively, it looks like it's really lively. At this moment, a calm voice was heard from the crowd in the distance. As soon as the voice was heard, there was an uproar in the crowd, and they automatically opened up a path. Then, a large group of people walked out of the crowd and walked to the square. There were only a dozen people in this group, but all of them had an arrogant look on their faces. The leader of this group was a young man in his mid-20s. He glanced at the crowd and intentionally or unintentionally, his gaze landed on Du Xiaofu. It was obvious that he was the one who had spoken earlier. It's the people from the Talisman Alliance. I didn't expect the people from the Talisman Alliance to be involved too. The Medicine Talisman Masters and Weapon Talisman Masters from the Four Seas Sect, Forgotten Dust Sect, and Yunji Association are all from the Talisman Alliance. It's not strange for them to be involved in this matter. With the arrival of these dozen people, there were many whispers in the surroundings. The Talisman Alliance was an extremely special organization in the ancient Heaven sect. Even the protectors and deacons couldn't control this organization, and they had to show some respect. At the very least, only the elders could slightly restrain them. This was because the Talisman Alliance was an organization formed by all the spiritual talisman masters in the ancient Heaven sect. There weren't many spiritual talisman masters among all the cultivators. The ancient Heaven sect only had a total of about 100,000 disciples, and it was said that there were only a few hundred spiritual talisman masters. Among them, there were even many martial Dao and talisman Dao cultivators. The proportion of spiritual talisman masters was far less than 1%, which showed how rare they were. There weren't many spiritual talisman masters among the elders of the ancient Heaven sect. The teachings of ordinary elders were naturally not very useful for spiritual talisman masters. There weren't many elders who were spiritual talisman masters, and they didn't have much time to teach some new spiritual talisman masters. Therefore, over time, a talisman alliance was formed in the ancient Heaven sect. The original purpose of the Talisman Alliance was for some senior spiritual talisman masters who had joined the sect earlier to guide the new spiritual talisman masters. After some development, the Talisman Alliance gradually developed into an organization that could almost control all the spiritual talisman masters in the ancient Heaven sect. The Talisman Alliance was within the ancient Heaven sect, but sometimes it could go beyond the ancient Heaven sect. As this group of people arrived, Fei Qingming looked at the leading youth with a smile on his face. The Talisman Alliance was a terrifying force in the ancient Heaven sect, and it had connections with almost all forces. It had a good relationship with many top experts among the Manchu's disciples, and even the protectors and elders of the Manchu. It could be said that in the ancient Heaven sect, except for a few particularly terrifying fellows and another group of forces controlled by the Terror Lord, the Talisman Alliance was the most difficult to provoke. "Senior Chao, why are you here?" Fei Qingming personally went up to greet him, and Chang Qinghai and Bai Yichen followed behind. They were extremely polite and respectful to the leading youth. The young man addressed as Senior Brother Chao by Fei Qingming had a thin figure. He wore a scholarly robe and had an extraordinary air about him. He had delicate features, but the slight smile in his eyes made one feel uncomfortable when looking at him. There was no one in the Tianwu Plaza who didn't know this person. Chao Zhao was currently ranked 7th on the gold ranking. Not only did he rely on the Talisman Alliance's influence, but he also relied on his own strength to earn the respect of everyone on the gold ranking. "I heard that there was a show here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be so lively." Chao Zhao's eyes swept across the square and looked at the bloody and severely injured disciples around him. His eyes flickered slightly. "Cousin." A delicate and soft voice sounded. Then, an extremely beautiful girl in her 20s came to Chao Zhao's side. She swayed in the wind, and her figure was curvy and exquisite. The girl had fair skin and a pair of bright and slender eyes. She had a classical Oriental beauty and an extraordinary temperament. She was Zhou Yinger. As Chao Zhao's cousin, Zhou Yinger's talent in the Manchu wasn't the best, and she wasn't even an inner sect disciple yet. However, with her extraordinary beauty and her status as the cousin of the Talisman Alliance's Chao Zhao, Zhou Yinger could be said to get whatever she wanted among the sect's disciples. Even many inner sect disciples wanted to curry favor with her and curry favor with her. Only Du Xiaofu had humiliated her in front of everyone, putting her on the spot. She had never been humiliated like this before. Zhou Yinger had always harbored resentment in her heart. How could she let Du Xiaofu go? Even if Du Xiaofu was in the limelight recently, and was the disciple of Elder Gu Qingyang, Zhou Yinger wasn't afraid at all. Because her cousin was Chao Zhao of the Talisman Alliance. Just this point alone was enough. When Chao Zhao saw Zhou Yinger, he smiled and said, "Cousin, why are you here?" Today's update is still only 4 chapters. Brothers, rest early after reading. Chapter 695. I'm here to watch the show. I didn't expect cousin to be here too. Zhou Yinger softly said. Her voice caused those who heard it to feel numb. Her beautiful appearance and voluptuous body had indeed caused quite a number of youths in the surroundings to stare blankly at her. However, they did not dare to stare too obviously at her. Be careful when you watch the show. Don't hurt yourself. A faint smile appeared on Qiao Zhao's face as he swept his gaze over the crowd. His gaze landed on Du Xiaofu from time to time, then he said to Fei Qingming, Bai Yichen, and Chang Qinghai, "Looks like today's a lively day, ah. Senior Qiao Zhao, please excuse us." Hearing this, Bai Yichen smiled bitterly. The three of them ganging up on Du Xiaofu was indeed a shameful thing. Since Senior Brother Qiao is here, I ask Senior Brother Qiao to uphold justice. Chang Qinghai stepped forward with a fawning look on his face. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu, who was behind him. There was a cold glint in his eyes. This matter is related to the Talisman Alliance. Since I'm here, I can only interfere. Qiao Zhao smiled and stepped forward. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Are you Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple, Du Xiaofu? Complete 6-star Talisman Master." Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the aura emanating from the young man's body. It was the aura of a perfect 6-star soul symbol master. The dozen or so people behind him were all extraordinary soul symbol masters. If these people were in the outside world, they would be respected by countless factions. Du Xiaofu did not answer Qiao Zhao's question directly. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is your position in the Manchu? Which elder do you belong to?" As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, Qiao Zhao's expression immediately became a little awkward. Everyone could hear Du Xiaofu's words. Du Xiaofu was Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple, and he could be considered the sect master's junior brother. Among the disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect, there were only a few who had a higher status than him. However, Qiao Zhao regained his composure after a short while. He smiled and said to Du Xiaofu, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Qiao Zhao and I'm currently a member of the Talisman Alliance." Talisman Alliance? I've never heard of it. Du Xiaofu shook his head and said indifferently. "Boy, you," a young talisman master behind Qiao Zhao was furious, but Qiao Zhao waved his hand to stop him. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You haven't been in the Ancient Sky sect for long, so it's normal that you don't know about the Talisman Alliance. The Talisman Alliance is an organization for all talisman masters in the Ancient Sky sect. All talisman masters must follow the Talisman Alliance's rules within a certain range. Just say what you want to say. There's no need to be so long-winded." Du Xiaofu looked at Qiao Zhao and said. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhao's eyebrows furrowed slightly. However, a smile quickly surfaced on his face. However, this smile seemed to contain some ridicule and a trace of chilliness. His eyes looked at the many blood-drenched disciples on the square as he said to Du Xiaofu, "Isn't it a little overboard to be so heavy-handed between fellow disciples? However, it's impolite not to reciprocate. This is only the beginning," Du Xiaofu said in a deep voice. Qiao Zhao's eyes moved. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "I already know about the matter between you and the Four Seas sect. Junior brothers Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming and Bai Yichen have already told me in detail. It's said that the Xian Yuan pill and Berserk pill sold by your world pavilion are fake. This is no small matter, and it's also within the scope of my Talisman Alliance's supervision." "Fake?" Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. His lips curled into a sneer as he said, "Where's the evidence? How can you prove that my world pavilion sells fake? I also don't believe that the World Pavilion sells fake. However, my Talisman Alliance can't ignore the fact that some disciples have been harmed by fake." Qiao Zhao looked at Du Xiaofu and sneered. "Actually, it's very simple. The Xian Yuan pill and Berserk pill aren't pill formulas from the Ancient Heaven sect, so we can't guarantee their safety. As long as you hand over the Xian Yuan pill and Berserk pill formulas, our talisman masters will verify their authenticity. If there's no problem with the formulas, everything will be fine." Haha, Du Xiaofu laughed. Up until now, he finally understood that these guys were after the Xian Yuan pill and Berserk pill's pill formulas. What a good idea! Du Xiaofu, what are you laughing at? Chang Qinghai asked in a deep voice as he looked at Du Xiaofu's laughter. His 4C's sect's deputy leader, An Chongqing, had been severely injured by a single move yesterday, causing the 4C's sect to lose face. I'm laughing at the fact that you guys can put on a good show. Du Xiaofu stopped laughing and sneered. He looked at Chao Zhao and the others and said, Dream on if you want the Berserk Pill and Xian Yuan Pill formulas. You guys can't take them, and you don't have the ability to take them. Du Xiaofu's words immediately made Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, Bai Yichen, Chao Zhao and the others' faces turn green and red. Chao Zhao frowned as a gloomy look flashed across his eyes. He then looked at Du Xiaofu and said slowly, The World Pavilion hasn't been established for long. The current situation is the best proof. Some new disciples should know their place in the Manchu and don't be too greedy. Otherwise, they won't even know how they're stuffed to death. Some things should be avoided as much as possible. Some so-called status is nothing in front of true strength. That's right. Some things are nothing in front of true strength. Du Xiaofu smiled coldly in response to Chao Zhao's warning and threat. His purple robe fluttered as he said, For example, the Talisman League is nothing in front of me. Kid, you're too arrogant. The Talisman League isn't something that a kid like you can belittle. A well-dressed youth rushed out from behind Chao Zhao. The aura of a 6-star Nirvana Realm Talisman Master surged out. He immediately formed a hand seal, and the surrounding energy began to fluctuate as he started to form a talisman array. Boom! In a short instant, the surrounding space trembled. The energy of the world around the young man fluctuated, and as runes flew about, 23 formation flags gathered in his hand. His rather cold and arrogant face turned pale. Walala, the well-dressed youth sneered as he threw out 23 formation flags. They immediately turned into 23 light pillars that shot up into the sky. They were about to form a huge 6-star Nirvana Realm Talisman array. Once a 6-star Nirvana Realm Talisman array was formed, it was enough to trap a Martial King Realm Complete Realm Cultivator. Even if he could forcefully break out of the array, he would have to pay a heavy price. At this moment, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and many others sneered as they watched the well-dressed youth form a 6-star Nirvana Realm Talisman array. These people from the Talisman League were definitely not easy to deal with. It was at this moment that Du Xiaofu made his move, as cold smiles appeared in the eyes of many. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed rapidly. Then, runes shot up into the sky like lightning and blocked the 23 formation light pillars. Whoosh, whoosh. The rune light in Du Xiaofu's hand seemed to have some kind of special effect. As the dazzling runes flickered, they actually directly dissolved the 23 rune light pillars, turning them into shattered runes. Finally, they collapsed into waves of energy and dissipated in the air. A dazzling rune light beam, with the force of a thunderbolt, directly hit the body of the young man in luxurious clothes. Before the well-dressed youth could react, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His originally pale face turned even paler at this moment. His eyes were filled with horror. Dissolve the runes, break the array, and counterattack. Chao Zhao, Chang Qinghai, Bai Yichen, Fei Qingming, and the others were all shocked. They could not help but exclaim. As disciples ranked in the top 10 of the gold ranking, Chao Zhao and the rest were all experienced and knowledgeable. They were naturally able to tell that what Du Xiaofu had just done required an extremely deep understanding of symbol arrays to achieve such a feat. The well-dressed youth staggered back. After taking a few big steps, he stabilized his body. At this moment, he looked at Du Xiaofu with horror and shock in his eyes. You're overestimating yourself. I guess you're just a minor rune array. With your cultivation in rune arrays, although you can activate a 6-star Permetha level rune array, your understanding of rune arrays is not enough. It's better not to embarrass yourself in the future. It's not a big deal if you embarrass yourself, but it's a big deal if you embarrass the ancient heaven sect. Du Xiaofu looked at the young man in luxurious clothes before him. Even though he was already able to set up a 6-star Permetha-level talisman array, he probably wasn't a talisman master who specialized in talisman arrays. His comprehension in talisman arrays wasn't much. This time, Du Xiaofu happened to understand some of the rune arrays in the Ancient Heaven sect in the Ancient Bronze space. Therefore, it was not too difficult for Du Xiaofu to break the array just now. He did not hold back and counterattack. It would be difficult for the other party to recover in a short time. When he heard Du Xiaofu's words, it was unknown if it was because of the unrestrained mockery in Du Xiaofu's words, but the well-dressed young man actually opened his mouth again and spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. I didn't expect you to have such an understanding of rune arrays. You're really not weak. Chapter 696. I didn't expect you to be so proficient in talisman arrays. You're not weak. Chao Zhao's expression did not look too good. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said in a low voice, however, you sold fake medicine. No matter what, you must give an explanation. Otherwise, even if this matter reaches the sect, you will not be able to escape punishment. That's easy. Come and get it from me. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Du Xiaofu took another 2 steps forward, looking directly at Chao Zhao, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Yichen. Du Xiaofu sneered as a tyrannical aura swept out from his body. Why don't the 4 of you come at me together? Let's see if you can take away the compensation you want. As for you injuring my men and destroying my World Pavilion's venue, I'm going to take it back. Chao Zhao frowned as he looked at Du Xiaofu and felt the domineering aura around Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, Chao Zhao raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. He sneered and said, "It seems like we can't settle this peacefully. This matter is related to pills and the Talisman Alliance. How about we settle it according to the Talisman Alliance's way? Come at me if you want to settle it." Du Xiaofu looked at Chao Zhao and said calmly, "I heard that you made the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill. You're also a talisman master. 3 days later, all the talisman masters will compete in the Talisman Alliance competition. The winner of the Talisman Master competition will become the leader of the Talisman Alliance. The winner of the Talisman Master competition and the winner of the Talisman Master competition will become the deputy leader of the Talisman Alliance. The 3 deputy leaders will control the entire Talisman Alliance and have the right to judge everything related to the Talisman Alliance. This is the power given to the Talisman Alliance by the Manchu." Chao Zhao looked at Du Xiaofu and sneered, "Do you dare to take part in the competition 3 days later? If you can become the Talisman Master Champion of the Talisman League, I believe that no one will believe that your World Pavilion sells fake medicine. However, if you can't become the Talisman Master Champion, I believe that the 3 leaders of the Talisman League will definitely order you to hand over the recipes of the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill to the Talisman League for verification. What do you think?" Hearing this, Du Xiaofu looked at Chao Zhao, then swept his gaze across Bai Yichen, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and the others. A cold sneer suddenly appeared on his face as he said, "Good, this method is not bad, I agree." The corners of Chao Zhao's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw Du Xiaofu agree, and he said, "All right, we'll meet again at the Sky Marshal Square in 3 days." With these words, Chao Zhao signaled with his eyes. The dozen or so spirit symbol masters behind him turned around and fiercely glared at Du Xiaofu. Then, they immediately left. "Take care of the injured. Let's go." Fei Qingming, Chang Qinghai, and Bai Yichen ordered the people around them to help the seriously injured disciples. Then, they left. They had no objection to the Talisman Alliance's decision. The World Pavilion was in a mess. When Du Xiaofu brought Gu Zhangyu and the others back to World Pavilion, many World Society disciples came up to them. They looked angry and solemn. Du Xiaofu looked gloomy as he looked at the messy World Pavilion. After a while, on the 3rd floor of World Pavilion, Du Xiaofu learned about the Talisman Alliance from Gu Zhangyu, Wang Mingqiao, and the others. The Talisman Alliance had 3 leaders. According to tradition, the leader was always the Talisman Master. The 2 leaders were disciples of the Medicine Talisman Master and the Weapon Talisman Master respectively. The leader of the Talisman Alliance changed every year. Almost all of them were Talisman Masters on the gold roll. This time, the 3 leaders of the Talisman Alliance had retired. Therefore, the new leader would be chosen from the champion of the annual Talisman Alliance competition. President, the Talisman Alliance not only controls all the Talisman Masters in the Manchu, but more importantly, it controls the trade of cultivation resources in the Manchu. They even control a lot of cultivation resources. Why have the prices of the elixirs and refining materials increased so much recently? Apart from those forces working together to obstruct us, the biggest problem is the Talisman Alliance. If the Talisman Alliance interferes, I'm afraid we won't be able to collect elixirs and refining materials in the future. Gu Zhongyu said to Du Xiaofu. His pale face looked better after he consumed a healing elixir. The Talisman Alliance, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. The Talisman Alliance was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. They had great power and status in the Manchu. It's said that there are only 3 people who have the strongest claim to be the leader of the Talisman Alliance. For the Medicine Talisman Master, Chao Zhao is one of them. For the Weapon Talisman Master, it's Gu Zong, who's currently ranked 47th on the gold roll. Gu Zhongyu pursed his lips and continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. As for the Talisman Master, there's already a publicly recognized leader of the Talisman Alliance. It's Mi Zixia, who's ranked 3rd on the gold roll. Mi Zixia, ranked 3rd on the gold roll, Du Xiaofu murmured when he heard that. This name seemed to be able to bring an invisible impact to people. Wang Mingqiao said to Du Xiaofu, President, Mi Zixia isn't a simple person. He's an abnormal existence in the Manchu. He's a dual cultivator of martial arts and Talisman Dao. His attainments in Talisman Dao are extremely shocking. It's said that he had a great chance of becoming the leader of the Talisman Alliance in the last Talisman Dao competition. However, he withdrew from the competition because he wanted to cultivate in seclusion. This person is indeed not simple. Du Xiaofu sighed. To be able to disregard the position of the leader of the Talisman Alliance in order to cultivate, such a state of mind was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. Many of the World Society's disciples were injured. The World Pavilion was also smashed into a mess. After Du Xiaofu learned about the Talisman Alliance competition, he asked Gu Zhongyu and the rest to recuperate. He would talk about the World Pavilion after the Talisman Alliance competition. After leaving the World Pavilion, Du Xiaofu went to the Heaven Eye Peak to visit his 3rd senior brother, Yuanli. After learning that his master, Elder Gu Qingyang, was still outside and had not returned to the sect, he directly returned to his nest. After returning to his nest, Du Xiaofu entered the desolate ancient space. On that day, the ancient Heaven sect was boiling with shock. Du Xiaofu had heavily injured more than 10 forces. Hundreds of disciples were beaten until they were riddled with scars and wales. When the news spread, it immediately shocked everyone. I didn't expect Martial Uncle Du to be so powerful. He's actually able to fight evenly with senior brother Fei Qingming. Fei Qingming is an expert ranked 9th on the gold roll. It seems like the 4 C's gang, Yunzhihui, and Forgotten Dust sect have kicked a stone this time. It's said that Martial Uncle Du will participate in the Talisman Alliance competition 3 days later. At night, the sky was filled with stars. The moon was dark and the stars were bright. Good boy, you're quite ruthless. Inside the main hall, Sima Taxing smiled and stood with his hands behind his back. His glassy eyes were filled with ripples. No one knew what he was thinking. That brat is quite ruthless. According to the disciples, the 4 C's gang, Yunzhihui, and Forgotten Dust sect were no match for him. They were beaten to a pulp even after being surrounded by more than 1,000 people. They were crying for their parents. Protector Hao, who had been standing next to Sima Taxing, smiled wryly before revealing a worried expression. Two fists couldn't fight four hands. He couldn't help but worry for Du Xiaofu. He said, Fei Qingming, Bai Yichen, and Chang Qinghai definitely won't let this go. Elder Gu Qingyang isn't in the munch either. I'm worried that Du Xiaofu will suffer alone. Suffer? Haha, Sima Taxing smiled and said, if there is such a thing as suffering, then that brat has already suffered today. If he didn't suffer today, then he can only take advantage in the future. Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Yichen. Sigh, I thought that they would be a bit more outstanding, but it seems that they are only SOSO. They are much weaker than that brat. They shouldn't be weak. Even though Du Xiaofu and Fei Qingming were evenly matched, I'm afraid that brat won't be able to contend with Chang Qinghai and Bai Yichen in a real fight. Protector Hao slightly frowned. According to his speculation, Du Xiaofu was very strong, abnormally strong. However, Fei Qingming, Bai Yichen, and Chang Qinghai were definitely not weak either. I'm not talking about strength, I'm talking about something else, Sima Taxing said with a smile on his handsome face. What do you mean? Protector Hao was puzzled and asked. Sima Taxing smiled and said, Chang Qinghai, Fei Qingming, and Bai Yichen are tigers raised in a greenhouse. They usually deal with chickens, ducks, fish, and rabbit. Naturally, they are kings. After a pause, Sima Taxing raised his head and sighed slightly, saying, But my junior fellow apprentice is a wild wolf. I don't know where Marshal Uncle Gu Qingyang found a real wild wolf. Once they are placed outside, I'm afraid that these tigers in a greenhouse will be eaten until even their bones can't be kept. Hearing this, Protector Hao suddenly stopped talking with a wry smile on his face. After a while, he said to Sima Taxing, Master, Du Xiaofu will also participate in the Talisman League competition 3 days later. What do you think the final result will be? Chao Ji is stronger than Chang Qinghai, Bai Yichen, and Fei Qingming. In contrast, Chao Ji is a snake, a poisonous boa, Sima Taxing said with a smile. Protector Hao smiled and said to Sima Taxing, Master, a wild wolf can't do anything to a boa. Don't forget that only a strong dragon can't cross the river. My junior fellow apprentice is a dragon, a strong dragon crossing the river. Sima Taxing said with a smile. Chao Ji wants to get the Xianyuan pill and the Berserk pill. Unfortunately, he meets a strong dragon. In the end, he will lose more than gain. I'm not worried about Chao Ji now. He is just a vanguard. The real worry is not him. Master, do you mean that abnormal guy?